Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are well. You get a stream today by accident. I thought today was Thursday. I've been up since 7, after about 3.5 hours of sleep. I've been trying to get this contract so I can not worry about rent for the next month or two, and it looks like it's coming through, which is a happy day. So I've got some work ahead of me. So I've got a lot to do this week. I need to finish Klosowski tomorrow. I need to finish the next series of partial objects essays over the weekend and at least get them started, because it's going to be basically 2 full-time jobs. Fun. Oh, that's a great conversation in chat. Very productive, clearly. Hope all of you are well. So I thought today was Thursday. I did. I was panicked as I was approaching noon. I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for Klosowski. I don't know if I'm ready for Klosowski. Oh my God, I've got to get that ready. And lo and behold, I hit the button. I get going. Stream starts. I'm sitting in chat, and Estelle is like, "Hey, it's not Thursday. It's Friday." So instead, we'll be doing YouTube. We'll be going over some YouTube reacts because I feel like doing that today, and I don't really have much else. We'll do random convos as things come up. It's been a weird few days news-wise. I'm not super jazzed about anything happening in the world. That's the end of the sentence. I'm very tired of every time that I think that there might be good news, it ends up becoming I end up learning that my good news is a hoax, which is always frustrating. What can I say as a thing? What can I say? What the fuck is in chat? Copium, what? I am going to let you know I recognize Slovene. I do not read it. And I only recognize it because a handful of people do read it and recognize it that I know. And there's a rhythm to the way that letters show up in it with particular accents. So I hope what you wrote isn't horrifying. It might be. I have no idea. Song lyrics? Are they song lyrics? They might be song lyrics. They do kind of look like that. It's not Slovene. Oh, it's not Slovene. What is it? Oh, it looked like that. Is that racist? I don't know what that is. Well, oh, it's Croatian. Oh, it's a poem. Bosnian probably. See, there we go. We're all aiming at the right area. We're all aiming at the right area. We're all aiming at the right area. As always, the wonderful videos you'll be seeing today are from the suggestions inside of all of our wonderful favorite server, the DGQC. Head over to discord.gg/DGQC. There are a few videos in here. We're going to go through a couple of them, and we'll see kind of what tickles my fancy. This one I think is the most probable one for me to enjoy, flatly. Video on how this food shortage is not going to work like we think because of the way that shipping has been completely fucked globally. Kakavin is, I can't even pronounce that. That's how interesting that language is to me. Central Europe is all just America. I know Dubiotsa Collective. That's it. I bought all their albums. I adore them. I have a t-shirt. That's my relation to the culture of the area, aside from a big, lately transphobic and less interesting philosopher who snuffs a lot, who used to be very, very interesting. AI is a eugenics project, which is a pretty extraordinary claim from this guy. I don't know what to even think about that. I jumped around and I could not make sense or heads or tails of this almost 2-hour video, which we will not be watching all of. Dear Lord. We won't. Dear God, no. But we'll see if we can get the gist of it. This one, I spent a little bit of time going through because this is our friend Jeffrey Kaplan, who we've talked about a little bit. We haven't done a full video of his. We've chatted about it a little bit. But this one is about Peter Singer, who did a paper years and years ago that does kind of state ordinary people are evil. Peter Singer sucks. And that's it. He just sucks. That's all I've got. Peter Singer sucks. Right? I don't know how much there is beyond that. Peter Singer sucks. Did you know Peter Singer sucks? Peter Singer sucks. Now we've got every language except English just to fuck with me. God, I hope it's poetry too. Early on, we had someone posting Russian. The reason my Spidey sense pops up, we had someone posting Russian, putting all my thumbnails back, and it was not pleasant Russian, we learned. New video, new channel. You don't like Dubiozza? I love Dubiozza Collective. Dude, their music's great. Super fun. I like them. I like them. They're great in concert. They're really cool. They're fun. This is a new video, new creator from Soy-Gnostic Philosophy, who I've not seen before. PhD student making videos for a para-academic world. Someone posted this, and I'm interested. Nietzsche on the overcoming of true thought. So that could be interesting. And then, of course, we got Neil. Neil decided to do a video on war because that's the thing. Like, if you didn't know, all of this has been happening because Neil deGrasse Tyson didn't really get in front of how not to do war. And sadly, if only he had released this video 2 weeks earlier, we would not be where we are. There was an article I didn't read about AI creating math proofs. At this point, every article I assume is a lie. If you want to, we can go through my favorite recent lie, which is the brain cells playing Doom. Brooks, you made a fool of me today, you idiot. I mean, I am an idiot, so I'm sorry I made a fool of you, Big Tree. I will do that. We can go over the brain in the jar thing that plays Doom, because if you didn't see the article, we'll take 2 seconds, because I found this brain cells play Doom, and it's really just a huge fucking lie. It's a huge fucking lie, by the way. So they'll show video, and it's here.
I wanted to show you how, together with one of our collaborators, an independent researcher named Sean, we coded the first working version of Doom using the Cortical Labs API and running on a CL1.
So playing Doom. It's a lie. Well, it's a lie in the sense that it's accurate, but the words do so much work inside of it. There aren't brain cells that are like playing Doom, because one, brain cells don't have eyes. So clearly, how are they getting the brain cells to respond and be stimulated? They're not like piping. And if they could pipe in the entire image of Doom into brain cells, the world would be a different place right now. So they don't do that because they can't. Instead, what they do is they have a bunch of different, like, petri dishes of brain cells. I'm oversimplifying a bit. And each one has a stimulus and response. Then they have a very modified version of Doom that is called Corridor, that is literally used for these tests because it's a corridor of turning and then guys and then turning and then guys. It's real simple. And so when it gets towards the edge, they have some brain cells that are literally stimulated on edge that they respond to not do edge, to turn. It isn't looking around. It isn't aware of things. It's literally like each part is abstracted into this extraordinary like mass of different things. It's interesting still. The lie isn't true. It's still interesting. And that's kind of where we are scientifically, I think, is everything I read is a lie, but the stuff that's actually happening is interesting. And that's why we're fucked. That's why we're fucked. Yeah, I'm not getting copyright struck by you, so.
So we showed that biological neurons could play the game Pong.
And again, they didn't, because it wasn't playing Pong. They abstracted every move and every action in Pong to be stimulated by different groupings of brain cells. And that they called playing Pong, which is, as they say, that's what your brain's doing. You're stimulating different parts, but that's not the thing. Playing Pong is an all-in. It's a thing that's happening all at once. It's a totality. So it's not really playing Pong. It's doing different things.
This was a massive milestone because it demonstrated adaptive, real-time, goal-directed learning. But it took us over 18 months.
So again, the way it's done and how it's set up, the neurons can't see this. So they're abstracting it to the neurons. This is the stuff to remember.
Hardware and software to get this to work. And Pong was much simpler. There was a direct relationship. The ball went up, the paddle went up. It was a direct input-output relationship. Doom was much more
Right here is Doom, this thing in the bottom here.
Complex. Doom is chaos. It's 3D, it has enemies, it needs to explore its environment.
But it doesn't need to explore, does it, buddy? Because you used a corridor that's always moving forward, and it's not really exploring.
And it's hard. So we've built a neurocomputing system to allow anyone to program this game.
To bridge that gap, we needed to translate the digital world of Doom into the biological language of neurons,
which isn't a thing, by the way. Like, just so you know, that's not a thing to do. There are so many steps.
which is electricity.
We built the CL API so that any user can interact with cells living in the CL1 with simple Python commands. Using the API, Sean managed to map the video feed from the game into patterns of electrical stimulation.
So just that alone. So I tried to buy a scientific paper thing on my paper feed. I have read that, yes. That it might be being pushed by a lot of people, actually. When you go and you create and you as a person step in and create an abstraction of this towards that, you are by nature, and it's a thing I've gone over in this channel, you are by nature simplifying. You are cutting out so much of that experience to this. Just with Doom, for example, if you don't know Doom, you don't have to use a mouse. People early didn't actually use mice with Doom. That was a transitionary period. I watched it. I went through it. Very early on with like Wolfenstein, it was literally arrow keys. And that was it. You didn't really use the mouse. But getting used to how to hit the buttons, when to hit the buttons, what to be used, how to hit here, all of these things, that's the all-in experience, including sitting and how to move stuff and everything. Is it 3D to AI or continuous flat? Continuous flat. You'll see.
When a demon appears on the left of the screen, specific electrodes stimulate the sensory area of the neural culture on the left side.
So the level that this is abstracting it is not, one, are demons bad guys? No, demons as a thing, movement as a thing, killing as a, no, it's just when there's a demon, yes, stimulant, that's it. And stimulant left, demon on the right, stimulant right, demon wall on the left, stimulant left. That's what they did.
The neurons react to that stimulation. We then listen to their response, the spikes, and interpret that activity as motor commands.
So this couldn't be more abstracted. Not only abstracted going to the neurons, but abstracted coming away. Because that again, it's interesting, but it's really not actually close to what they're saying.
If the neurons fire in a specific pattern, the Doom guy shoots. If they fire in another pattern, he moves right, and so on. Once our API was ready, Sean implemented this method with very minor tweaking in less than a week using the Cortical Labs cloud platform.
So, can the cells learn to play Doom? Yes. They're receiving information, they're sending commands to move their character around.
I hate STEM lords so much. I hate stim lords so much.
They're able to find enemies, shoot. Is it an esports champion? Absolutely not. Right now, the cells play a lot like a beginner who's never seen a computer. And in all fairness, they haven't. But they show evidence that they can seek out enemies, they can shoot, they can spin, and while they die a lot, they are learning. But just like a human or an animal learning a task, the cells need feedback. They need to know what the right actions are and what the wrong actions are, and how they can be trained.
And this is like, I'm curious, do people not understand the extraordinary leap that is, well, they need to learn how to do a thing. So I'm taking the fact that I learned and I'm translating it for them. Do they not realize that extraordinary amount of effort that is being simplified and turned into nothing? A child doesn't need to be told demons are bad. Demons bad, shoot here. Like, this is not how learning works. But that level of abstraction is like, it terrifies me that these people have kids. They're going to have kids. Is this how you teach your children? That's all I can think is like, is this how you think teaching your children works? It's a lot.
To improve. While there's still a lot of work left to do on this, the exciting thing is we've solved the interface problem. We have a way to interact with these cells in real time and train them and shape their behavior to do things even like Doom.
And again, the tech is interesting, but this isn't like useful, and it is way overstated. It's way overstated what this thing is. It does not play Doom in any meaningful sense. Like, it really fucking doesn't. And I just don't know what to do about that. Like, how to even have that conversation. I forgot to do server pings. Boop, 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 boop. Let's do that real quick. Reacts, chatting, and bullshit sounds about right today. Because that's basically the mood I'm in. More or less.
So the interface is solved. Next, we need better learning, better.
It diminishes the work of the scientists. It really does. Because, here's the thing. I need to understand, and I haven't had that explained, why the brain cell part is interesting. Because, in theory, they could literally create a minor Python script to do what the brain cells are doing, I think, and actually probably better. So what's the brain cell thing? The amount of work they did to get these things, to get these services, that's actually really cool. But again, it's not what they're saying. It's not the interesting thing. God damn it, Estelle. Is that still what they fucking name me in the cathedral? God damn it. Ah, damn it, these fucking people. Well, now it's not that anymore. So yeah, it's frustrating. There's cool shit out there, and it's interesting, but every claim now that LLMs invented new physics is breaking my brain. LLMs are the best at mathematics, and it's like, no. Someone actually said it the right way the other day, and I think this is probably the right way to think about it. Would you ever say that a calculator solved math? Right? I think there's a point where you would say, to some point, sort of. 90 to 95% of math that all humanity collectively does can be done by that. And it helps. It solves that. AI is kind of that for a bunch of stuff. But that's how it works. It only is that level of thing. It doesn't have all of this other shit. So when they're saying things like it's inventing and working for new mathematics, or it wrote its own operating system. If you didn't see, there's a video where the guy actually downloads it and installs. Oh, is the vicious circle thumbnail still there? God damn it. That's because I suck today. Is that fair? Yes, it is. That is why today I suck today. Is that okay? Is that okay that I suck today? I hope it is. Boop, 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 boop. God damn it. Has it been that long since I've done like a stream? Yeah, that'll be fine. That probably is going to be okay. Taking a break, thumbnail's better. I just started Cybernetics, The Origin of Information, only 2 chapters in. It's all about this. It's really interesting. Like, again, the stuff is interesting and it's useful and these are great tools, but if you don't put them in their right setup, really what we are now, and I think that's where content has been stuck, is we are in the raise phase. Like that's what Cortical Labs here is doing. There's no way that they have all the money they need to do what they're doing the rest of their lives at all. So how do they do a big thing? Well, I know we could do viral. Give me a week. Let me see if I can get it to work with Doom. I got it to work with Doom. Cool. Let's go out and tell the world that Doom did this. And the number of people who saw, like, this is 143,000 views. This is their official channel. No one fucking watches this. No one cares. They have 2 videos from a year ago and this. I guarantee you they got funding. That's it. That's everything is towards that. Right? And that's how it works. Everything is towards this funding mechanism, getting money, setting that up, having this grand play where the best ability for you to sell your load of bullshit in is going to make a ton of money. You could technically have little rubber bits. There's again, what the brain cells are doing is not interesting, but the idea, it sells and it's so huge. And it's, you know, the way that, like, I mean, fuck, Elon has talked about going to Mars forever, as far as I'm concerned. And he's just like, oh, we're not going to go to Mars. We're going to go to the moon. We're going to go to the moon. Why don't we go to the moon anymore? We're going to go to the moon. And we're going to put AI centers in space. Don't do this. Don't do this. It doesn't work. Like all this stuff that sounds great. There's so much room in space. And fucking NVIDIA comes out with, I don't know if you saw it, DLSS 5. Which is one of the worst things that I think NVIDIA has ever come out with. And I say that full well having bought a PhysX processor PCI board. Okay. I actually had a PhysX processor. It's wild. But DLSS 5 is an abortion for the industry. It is an abortion of art. It is one of the worst things you can do, but they make this big deal. And it's like, hey, they show this is Resident Evil Requiem, which is, I think, beautiful. I haven't had a chance to play it yet. I will. I love them. But then it makes it look shitty. And only tech bros and Jensen Huang are like excited about how this looks. This doesn't look good. It just doesn't. It just doesn't look good. I don't think it looks good, and I'm not alone. I think it looks terrible. I think it's weird, and it doesn't fit, and it doesn't. Yeah. You're right. They were a Gia. That's right, still. But the thing that they're doing here will never matter. So right now, and for the next year, if you want to use DLSS 5, if you didn't know, you have to have an entire 5090 dedicated to it. No, not dedicated to graphics. It runs 2 cards. This machine is running 2 cards. One is the 5090 baseline, which is totally achievable by everyone. And then you need a second 5090 that's dedicated only to this overlay. Now, how much latency does that introduce? Not a thing. Not a discussion we want to have. Not a discussion we want to have. It's not a discussion we want to have. These are the conversations for me that are like, hey, it's unrealistic. It's insane. And it doesn't make games look more realistic. It doesn't make them look better. What it does is it introduces artifacting and problematic edges everywhere. And so there's a reason, for example, that they show this 100% with only static, simplified movement. You know, how much has the camera moved in any of these fucking shots? It doesn't, by the way. The camera doesn't move. As soon as they switch, the background and the static shot, nothing really changes. They've zoomed in. They've done the thing. They know how to do bullshit. That's what they've always done. Because the zooming in move they can do makes it look cool. This would not work on a fast shooter movement game. Just fundamentally wouldn't work. For a lot of reasons, but mostly because DLSS doesn't also work on those games very well. So it's kind of a weird, shitty nightmare. It's a weird, shitty nightmare of garbage. But does it matter? No. Because it doesn't matter if gamers purchase it. They won't. No one's going to buy a 5090, even if a year from now, like you only need two 5090s and they're the cheap, shitty card. No one's going to buy a second card just for this. That's because that's not their goal. This is to get people excited, to get investors excited, to keep the hype train going. That's all it is. And it's trash wall to wall. Very frustrating. That's why there's this video, The Rise of Video Game Dumerism. Despite being long, probably I'll end up having a lot more to say about it. And I'm actually kind of interested because the core thesis from the description and like the first few minutes is, hey, is the golden age of games gone? And the argument generally seems to be the answer is yes, which I have many conflicting thoughts about, to say the least. So I think that'll be fun. That's where I'm heading. These things, these videos. So that's my ramble. And that's what you get. You get rambles today. That's how it works. Let's hear about this. This one seemed to be, someone said, was serious enough.
Higher oil to plateau in 2026. That sounds reassuring, doesn't it? Plateau, stable, like things are finally.
So she's like a doomsday prepper. So grain of salt, chunk of salt, block of salt. But there is weird food shit happening right now throughout America. Just be nightmarish about it.
Going to calm down. But here's the part that matters. A price plateau does not mean the food system is stable. That's not it. It simply means prices might stop rising as fast as they have over the last few years. And, you know, we're all getting a serious case of whiplash the way that they're rising.
I don't think we're going to hit a plateau. I posted yesterday gasoline, diesel in our area, and we're about an hour outside of Portland on the Washington side, hit $6 a gallon, which is a lot, by the way. It's problematic because we're a main shipping lane, like Portland, the trains, all of that stuff. This is like, it's a major thing. And the truckers here, people who live here, who drive, owner operators, are talking about how they're starting to decide whether or not it's actually more effective for them to just leave the truck sitting, eat the insurance, and just take a month off. Because if they drive, they're worried they're actually going to burn through any money that they would make on top of it. It's not good. It's not good. So it's bad. It's just a bad time. Bad time.
Right now, there are three major pressures building at the same time. Global agricultural stress, shrinking cattle herds here in the U.S.,
$3.50 in Ohio. I lived in the Midwest for a while, so $3.50 in Ohio is crazy. That's actually a lot. Where we are, $6 a gallon is wild, and at Costco, cheap gas is like, way higher than it's ever been. We've never seen it, and all of that gets passed on to you. Like, that's the thing, is like, if it costs more money for people to ship food, they don't just eat it. Like that will get passed on. Like that's how capitalism works.
And now a new war involving Iran that could affect energy and shipping. And whether people realize it or not, energy prices quietly control food prices
Yes, they do.
because fuel runs on tractors, fertilizer production, refrigeration, trucking, shipping, grocery distribution. So tonight, we're
And
going to walk
power in some nightmare cities, which is awful.
through something very specific. What 2026 food shortages would actually look like. Not panic, not empty shelves everywhere, but something more realistic. Pressure, gaps, volatility. That's it. And by the end of this video, it's my hope that you're going to understand which foods are the most vulnerable so that you can focus on those, why the grocery system is more fragile than most people realize, and the calm 90-day buffer strategy that removes all of themselves.
She's selling stuff. I jumped around just to see how bad it was
Overnight.
She's got a lot of notes of like, if you go to this website, I have a link in the description. It's like, it's an affiliate link she makes money from. And again, do your hustle, but be aware that that's what we're watching.
And when energy rises, food follows. It's just a given pattern. It always happens. When most people hear the word shortage, their mind goes straight to March of 2020. That's the most recent that people can remember. Bare aisles, no flour, no yeast, no toilet paper. But that was a shock event, a demand surge, if you will. And modern shortages.
That's literally what it was. Yeah.
That was just an anomaly, if you will. They look quieter. They look more like fewer brand choices.
I'm not sure I'm going to care about anything she says at this point. I think it's
disruptions can push oil.
I don't know if I care about this. Let's do this. Let's talk about how prices affect things. This is the oil price charts. Okay. There's a weird thing that's happened. Now, $100 a barrel was a big event. If for anyone who's old enough to remember, there was a time where like a person actually made oil go over $100 so they could be the one who made it do that for the history books because it was a record. We've been hovering around for WTI specifically, WTI crude. We've been sitting there for like a week, and it's like 90 and then jumps back up, and we've been sitting right below it or at it, popping right above for a week. And this is genuinely out of whack. But this has been, again, solid week, 2 weeks, we've been sitting there. This is abnormal at that level. Just to sort of set it up. Right here, this is like $73. Okay? So that's the last year. This is the last 12 months. These are the week to weeks, and WTI crude has not been there. We go all the way back. You can see where we had the really crazy spike again, 2022. That was its own fucking nightmarish thing. That lasted for a long time, and it was devastating to the economy. It was fucking devastating to the economy. This is, as I see it, I don't see a way this doesn't just continue to get worse. Riyadh had strikes on it. Iran struck Riyadh with multiple missiles. If you didn't see in I think it was the last couple hours. This is going to not end well for anybody. And there's going to be longer term effects for this. I respect doomsday preppers genuinely at some level. Like I do. And again, all of these other crudes, these things don't usually sit at these levels for as long as they have. Like we're talking everything is at these really silly levels across the board. And it's just a fucking nightmare. That's too depressing. I don't want to do super depressing. I want to be able to shit on something. Peter Singer. I don't want to do, the modern world right now is just not great. The world out there is just not very good right now. And I'm not in the mood. Buy a solar farm. Well, this is my favorite argument that I've seen over the last few months is that national security means going green. And I'm like, why would you not have this argument for the last 20 fucking years? Like, oh, Qatar got hit too? Fuck. Well, this is the argument, because it appeals to manliness, security. We know it won't work because oil controls our country, and the commodities market controls everyone, because that's where Trump's money is. That's where all these people's money are. That's how it works. But it's such a good argument. Just seeing it like the last week, I think, is frustrating. Depressing is to be avoided. I'm with you. Xena. Peter Singer. Do you guys know Peter Singer? I don't know if you know Peter Singer. Peter Singer, and I think he had a picture of him. I don't know if he shows him again. Peter Singer sucks. He sucks. He's a sucky suck who sucks in a suck. He sucks a suck and sucks more sucks. No, you didn't mean to depress me. It's like, if you didn't notice earlier, I was talking about how I'm literally spent the last 2 weeks putting together a tech stack and with a couple friends to try to make a couple bucks on a shorter term contract so I can pay rent. It has not been a good time. Entire industries that I had depended on and built my careers in are done. They're fucking over. The tax and government system here, I talked about, I think a couple days ago, they didn't approve a new tax because fuck, I live in that kind of area. And so schools are closing, and they're getting rid of one that was a magnet school especially for kids with disabilities and non-normative neurological conditions. And they're all fucked. These kids you don't send to a normal fucking high school. So been dealing with that. Know a person here is going through that. It's a lot of nightmares, and we're in that. It's no good. Everything Peter Singer does is basically bad. So you like this Kaplan guy? Well, we'll find out.
And the problem is, it's very hard to see what's wrong with the argument. The argument seems like a good one, and it has seemed that way to everyone who read this paper since 1972.
Okay, let's start up front with this. This is not true. Peter Singer is shit on by a ton of people, and everything he's ever written has been shit on by a ton of people. There is a huge amount of critiques that are always, always, always written on. Peter Singer is the opposite of someone you could say that it seems good to everyone. Do high schools in the U.S. now have teachers' assistants for special needs? You don't want to know about American, special needs kids here. You don't want to. I in junior high, I volunteered and worked with the special needs class. There was a class, and then in high school, those kids joined us, and they kind of kept up. They were basically integrated, more or less, in high school, and they really fucking shouldn't have been. But that is what we do. It is what we do. Peter Singer's paper, in no way, nothing he's done, but we'll get through this. It's fine.
Today we're talking about an absolutely revolutionary paper published by a philosopher named Peter Singer in 1972. The name of the paper is Famine, Affluence, and Morality. And the basic idea is that the moral stance that you have, your attitude towards your moral obligations, and the things that you may or may not do in your life, and the attitude that all of your friends and all of your relatives have, the general moral outlook that everyone around you has, is deeply and profoundly wrong. And the crazy thing about this paper is that, on the surface at least, it's very persuasive.
That's problematic.
Seems to be right. It seems to be, once you go through the argument that he
Let's
lays
do it.
out,
Let's do it.
to be
Get to the argument.
we need to completely rework our entire society. And more specifically, forget about society for a minute. You need to completely rework your life if your life is going to be a moral one. And sort of what makes the paper so radical is that I can say all of these things, that the thesis of the paper is that you need to completely rework your life without knowing anything about you.
The premise is not only highly condescending. So Peter Singer doesn't believe in the idea that people come from their conditions or that the place a person's born matters to where they go, because he sucks. He sucks. He never, ever, and I shouldn't say that because he might have some paper. He doesn't really deal with structural issues. That's not his thing. That's just not his thing he does. And this is why this is kind of like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people shit on this. Pretty sure a lot of people shit on this and have always shit on this and actually have talked about it a lot. This is not like some new thing, but hey. It sucks. The presupposition he makes in this paper, Famine, Affluence, and Morality, and again, 1972, this is the same year that Anti-Oedipus is published. So what you know about Anti-Oedipus, let's just say on the other side, you also have this other conversation where someone comes along and they're like, hey, affluence and famine, these are moral facts. They're states of affairs that exist prior to the things that each one is, that they're not really interdependent, right? The only thing that connects these things is that money can be, in theory, transferred between people, and therefore famine could be fixed with money. I think that's actually a pretty generous way to talk about it. I think that's a pretty generous way to talk about his paper. Famine and affluence are not independent connections. These are not two things that happen to be connected just because of some narrative string. We know this because all the studies that have ever existed show this. There's no studies that show otherwise. There's also no society that shows otherwise. There's also incredibly rich traditions of theory and critical thought that go into how this works and how these things work. These are co-produced effects of a single process, which is the capitalist mode of production. He doesn't believe this. He doesn't believe this. He doesn't believe this. Like, so just again, this is insane. It's gross. And if you haven't read How Embarrassing for Singer, we wish it was embarrassing for Singer. He is immune to embarrassment. Genuinely. He's immune to it because he's just awful. Just wait. It has been a long time since I've read Singer. We used to make fun of him in the QC. We still do on occasion. Wait till we get to because it's in this paper, is Singer goes into this idea about a drowning child. And you will be like, what the fuck? It's very, very embarrassing. So, Jeff, it's not great that Jeff is like, this is very persuasive. It shouldn't be. If I remember, like, the paper opens, I'm not downloading, we're not doing a reading of Singer. I can't mentally handle that. But like, it opens with the assumption that like Bingle is like always going to be in famine. He's just like, what the fuck, dude?
I know virtually nothing about your life and your moral outlook and your values and the kinds of things that you do on a day-to-day basis. I can basically make some assumptions about my audience, general assumptions. You live in a broadly capitalistic society, let's assume.
That's everyone on Earth.
There are government regulations and that sort of thing. And you live sometime in the beginning-ish of the 21st century. That's basically enough. If that's true of you, then Singer thinks that your whole life needs to be reworked if you're going to live in a morally acceptable way. Okay.
That is actually the argument. So I think this is actually the argument Singer makes. Like, the argument here that the universality, that there's a unanimity of things. It it presumes that since all of this is true, this abstraction idea, then all of us have the same sort of field of consideration. It is not actually universality, though. Let's talk about like the logical errors at the layers of like all of this. The treating the subject that all of us are the same is like a featureless point of this moral decision, that the person who's responding, because this simple thing can be said about him, that this sentence that strips one of their uniqueness, their productive, their economic, their desire, impulsive processes that constitute you and make this statement, that's insane and broken and stupid. It's just so dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Okay. If we're going to understand this argument, then we need one distinction to start out. This is a technical distinction, but there's really only one technical term. Here you go. We're talking about the distinction between the supererogatory and the obligatory. Imagine this. You're getting together with a group of friends or coworkers or something like that, and you decide, you know what, this is a pretty early gathering. It's a pretty early meeting. And so wouldn't it be nice if I went and got everyone some coffee and danishes? Because some people are going to be rushing out of their house and they're not going to have time to eat breakfast. And so when everyone shows up, surprise, surprise, there is some coffee and donuts and
This is not bad explanation, and this is what Singer's kind of doing. So
treats or whatever that you brought for everyone and you paid for. And you're just giving it to them and you say, hey guys, I brought these for you. I want you to have them. That act, that action is supererogatory. It's extra. It's super. You didn't have to do it, but it was a really nice thing to do. It was an extra thing that you did, and it was a good thing.
he's not writing backwards. He's writing so it works for him and then flipping it in post. It's very clever. It's very clever, by the way. And it looks really great, but he's not writing backwards.
To do. It was not obligatory. Something is obligatory if you have to do it, right? So
isn't Singer's main shtick that wealthy individuals have a moral duty to donate a large chunk of their resources to help the poor? I wouldn't say that's Singer's thing.
if someone is assigned in the group to bring coffee and breakfast to every early morning meeting, and you signed up, you promised, you committed to bringing coffee and breakfast on that day, well then bringing coffee and breakfast is obligatory. And of course it would be nice if everyone thanked you for bringing those things, even if you agreed or promised to do it. It wasn't extra, it was something you had to do. You had committed to it. You were obliged to do it. One more example just to bring out this distinction. And this example may date this video. It may give
Very kind of you, Ash. Thank you very much.
you a sense of when I'm making this video. But anyway, at the time of the recording of this video, there's something going on in supermarkets where when you check out in the supermarket and you're paying for your groceries or whatever, well, there's some of the payment is obligatory, right? You have to pay for the things that you are buying. But then there's this extra payment. They say when you're checking out, they're like, would you
want to
like
round
to
up?
donate $1 to, and then they name some charity. Would you
So just so you know, these are actual terms used in this way. It's a specific binary. He's defining them perfectly fine, and it's kind of interesting. This is not a bad lens through which to teach the difference between these and how these things work. So credit to him. I will take a step further, though. The challenge here is that this is very much what Singer is distinguishing between, that we do not have these obligations to each other because of thing X, Y, or Z, and that we are basically creating in the worry of famine or donations or how we can take care of the poor or the idea of, communism and making sure no one goes unhoused, that is supererogatory and not obligatory. Now, this specific framework, he would be right. The problem is, this is a framework that is not necessarily a thing you have to give a fuck about. Like, just so you know, like literally built out of, I believe, Catholic ethics. Like, I think this is like Catholic, like seminary type shit that this stuff comes out of. It touches into Kant and stuff like that. This framework is not even close to the only framework that you can use for this. It's a very particular mode of this that existed very contingently in particular religious circles. So when you have this as the baseline, and if he doesn't explain this, I think it's a miss, because I think it's, even if he's using this as a lens to teach, the need is to explain what frameworks are, because these are not the only two ways to have this discussion about obligation versus, things I do that are not obligated. That's not, there's other frameworks, and he needs to be able to sort of break that apart and talk about the historicity of it. I'm hoping he does. So far, it's not bad.
Would you like to add $1 to your bill here at the supermarket?
Yeah, like tips. Tip culture has become baseline to everything for a lot of reasons. It happened a lot during COVID, mostly. Because every waiter, every fast food worker became a delivery person, became someone who walked out to your car. It was more than just them doing the thing in the store. That has exploded. But again, tipping itself, supererogatory, not obligatory. Depending. That's a debate. It's a debate to have. And that's kind of actually where Singer sits.
That additional payment, that's extra. You don't have to do it. It's up to you. It's supererogatory. If you do it, it's good. That's a nice thing that you did, right? But you didn't have to. Supererogatory. That's what that word means. Okay, here's the claim of this paper. The claim is that there are these organizations that exist in the world now in 1972, says Singer, right? And these organizations like Oxfam, right, and UNICEF, these are organizations that take money from people who live in relatively wealthy places on the planet, and they take that money and they use it to do amazing things for people who are suffering under things like famines, right? If there's a famine in some place in the world, there's not enough food and people are literally starving to death.
As I've said, the last few years, the world has produced more than enough food for everyone. So it's a logistics question. A will behind that too, but yeah.
They are dying because they don't have enough food. So someone donates a little bit of money, and these organizations take that money, and a very high percentage of that money with a great deal of efficiency gets transported to this other place on the planet where there's a famine, and literal people's lives are saved. Normally, we, you and I, and all of your relatives and all of your friends, everyone in our society, in our broader society, we think of these sorts of acts, giving charity in this way, giving money to Oxfam or UNICEF or whatever, we think of these things as supererogatory.
There's a reason for that. And it's the thing he's stepping over. Why is there a famine? Like, famines aren't natural events. Even if there is a drought that creates a famine is still not a natural event. Especially in modern capitalist societies where there are areas that are excessively poor, it's not a natural byproduct of just, that's the way the species grew. These areas are in famine, are poor, are overpopulated, are dying of disease because of the very system that exists for me to get my Starbucks. Now, it's not that every time I buy a Starbucks, I'm creating orphans. It doesn't work one-to-one like that. It's the structural reality of capitalism that creates pockets of this, that creates the ghettos here, that creates poverty here, famine here, industrialized here, nightmares here, and then all the way up to the very center of it. New York has incredibly poor neighborhoods just blocks away from, the literal Dubai. One of the things that always struck me about Dubai is like the Burj Khalifa was at the time like one of the most expensive per square foot buildings you could buy in. And then it's like 5 minutes away is the workers' quarters. And they're, we'll just say not as nice. That thing that happens there, this isn't just because we have poverty, oopsie. That it's structural. And we know this because we can build structures that stop this. We can't build structures, for example, that stop earthquakes or tornadoes. That's not how it works. We can't stop winter. we're not science fiction. Like these are natural things. And even then we can build to support and keep people alive during them. It's frustrating. Famines, floods, pestilence, most natural. Those are not that like natural is one of those things that's like, yes, a flood happened. Why did people build where they built? Did they build because they just really wanted to be in a floodplain? Did they build just because they really wanted to be downstream from that dam? Did that dam fail because of oopsie? Is it just raining a lot because not of climate change or anything else? It just super happens to be a rainy season. Like there isn't a lot that is natural because all of it is natural. Like the dichotomy at the base of this is why this is like steeped in Catholic lore and this weird tradition. Humans are natural. All of our cities are natural. To say they're not is not to understand how natural works or what natural is, or the fucked up dichotomy of like man-made versus natural or whatever. Like all of this is that. How does that avoid being tangential? Are you still obligated to give money to an org when it's the thing you're able to do? Well, we're not there yet. Don't worry, we're not there yet, John. Don't worry, we're getting there.
Giving to charity is supererogatory. It's nice, it's good, but you don't have to do it. If on any given occasion you don't do it, you're not a bad person. It's not like you failed to live up to some obligation that you had. Singer says, no. Here's an argument that proves, Singer thinks, that giving to charity, giving extra money to famine relief, if you're affluent, if you have extra money, is something that you must do. You must do it in the same way that you must not murder, or you must catch someone if they're falling and you can just reach out your arms and catch them and save them. You must do it. That's the thesis. Okay, so Singer has an argument for this thesis, an argument for this conclusion, but we're going to get to the argument in 1 minute. First, let's just skip to the end of the paper and see his statement of that conclusion. Here's what he says. Here's what Singer says. Because giving money is regarded as an act of charity, it is not thought that there is anything wrong with not giving. The charitable man, or if we want, because this was written in 1972, we can say the charitable person. The charitable person may be praised, but the person who is not charitable is not condemned. People do not feel in any way ashamed or guilty about spending money on new clothes or a new car instead of giving it to famine relief. Indeed, the alternative does not occur to them. What's the alternative?
Also, Big O is a fucking great anime.
The alternative is not getting those new clothes and not getting that new car, and instead taking that money that you would have spent on new clothes and just, well, wearing your old clothes and taking that money and giving it to an organization that will help people, that will save people who are dying of famine, right?
And here's the problem. This sounds great. Oh, isn't he just saying you need to give to charity? Yes. However, the problem is that this is not the solution because it's not something that happens downstream. This isn't something that happens downstream. So, for example, if I lost $500 and someone else is like, hey, dude, that sucks. Here's $500. Great. I'm back where I was. And it's like nothing happened. Someone who donates money, let's say a billionaire who, I don't know, made all of their money in fucking pick one of the many industries. Their existence and the money they've made is actually the thing that created the conditions that they are now utilizing their money to alleviate, to create a balm for, to massage. Oh, I'm so sorry that you're poor and that you're destitute. Why would I be responsible for that? Oh, I've got billions of dollars in mining rights and I own all the mines in the area. Oh, sure. But, I give back. The conditions that created it are the same conditions that allow the $1 billion to exist. So there's a circularity and a failure to understand the systemic structure of the thing that is what is happening. And by saying, well, look, you can just donate. Well, or you should just donate. Say it's a moral claim. I hate moral claims in general, but just say, hey, look, everyone who's a billionaire should just be forced to give their money to the poor after a certain amount. It's like, cool. Can we just not have billionaires? Can we just have a conversation about how we got to that point? Like, the kind of person who's able to amass that kind of wealth, the Larry Ellisons of the world, who are genuinely gross people who basically exist to rent seek and not innovate and sit on, like Oracle, for example, garbage tech for years, but they're able to do it because they force a lot of companies early on to buy into it. This kind of thing, it's like a lot of shit. It's garbage. The society we are all in, the mode of production we're all in, is what creates the conditions for the billionaire to be able to give the money, and he gives the money to the thing that he created. And all of it continues. That's the problem. I agree with Brooks' structural analysis. It seems like we're all plopped in this horrifying structure. Sometimes the only thing we're doing is mitigate damage. No, John, if you were a billionaire, you would be able to do more than mitigate damages. We can only mitigate damages. When I go to the store and I see that there's like every Thanksgiving, they do like the buy a bag for family. I'll buy as many as I can afford because I've been there. I'm there now, but I've been there. Can't afford food and you've got kids. I will buy that. What you tend to find actually is people who don't have money are incredibly generous with it. People who do have a fuck ton of money are not at all generous with it in almost any capacity. And so by having Singer who's like, hey, look, it's an obligation to give to charity. What does that mean? And how has this been used? Well, this idea is Rockefeller. This is the Rockefeller mentality. You can do all the evil shit in the world as long as you have this, I'm a good person because I'm doing this thing. And he says, we shouldn't regard it as good. It should be the necessary thing. But if he's talking about it in this circular way where, look, the people don't have money because they're working in an area that's being hyper exploited by the billionaire who's giving them money in order to survive, fucking over and over and over and over and over and over and over. So awful.
That possibility, the possibility of not spending money on luxuries.
And again, the thing is, this supererogatory and obligatory framework, again, Kaplan's, he's doing a very good job explaining all this. This is a nitpick, and I think it's an important one, and it's one that I've wrestled with. If you're not explaining that these are frameworks and how frameworks operate, and that this is how he's arguing you need to go through it, but instead you're presuming that these are the ways and the ways you go about this, that's the problem. That's a huge problem. Buffett's giving pledge. Yeah, here's the thing. Billionaires giving money, like, they're not doing it in the way Singer's talking about. Singer literally means, like, if you have $1 billion, you should be giving $990 million of it, like, to poor people. Like, he means it in this way in the paper. Again, what it does is it atomizes responsibility towards the billionaire rather than it being a structural reality of how society works.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
Bumfart Sparkles tipped $150.
I mean, I don't know why that, well, obviously that made my day for multiple reasons. Incredibly generous, whoever you are. Bumfart Sparkles. Whoever you are a wonderful, wonderful person. And then I saw the number first and I went, oh, fuck. And I was like emotionally moved. And then it said out loud in my headphones as I'm like, oh my God, it went, Bumfart Sparkles. And I'm like, fuck, that's it. That's too much at once. Just too much. That username is my kink. Have you seen Be Safe, Have Fun, Don't Die? I think there's a lot of sparkles in that. There's a lot of sparkles in that. A lot of sparkles. The framework needs to be interrogated and talked about, because how you get there, and it's important, I think, even for people on the materialist side. My new video, the video I've chosen to do for the next series, is how Stoicism is misunderstood and misused, because I think I've found Stoicism to be incredibly powerful to go back and read. It's like pre-materialism, materialism, and it's very interesting ways to think about a whole bunch of stuff. But the reason it gets fucked up is not because people don't read it or they misread it or anything. That's all ascribing something as a problem to the person. The thing is that they're coming at it with a framework. And if your framework is trying to ingest what is a literal alien framework, you're gonna fuck it up. You're gonna fuck it up. And I think that's the thing that's worth going through, especially for something like this, because the supererogatory and obligatory distinction, I think that even within Singer's paper, he kind of undoes it, but we'll see.
Does not occur to most people or to virtually anyone. This way of looking at the matter cannot be justified. This way of looking at the matter is the way that we all look at the matter. That is, we think that giving money to famine relief is supererogatory. It's nice. It's an extra thing. That cannot be justified. The only thing, according to Singer, that can be justified, and we're going to get to the argument for this conclusion, the only thing that can be justified is the way of thinking where you think that giving to famine relief instead of buying new clothes or a new car or whatever, giving to famine relief is obligatory. That's the only way of thinking that can be justified. The upshot or the punchline is this. If you don't give to famine relief, Singer thinks, you've done something wrong. You've done something evil, bad. Every time you...
This is the liberal subjectivity at the center of everything Singer does, really, which is like, you as a consumer, you as a person, if you have a lot of money, you have some money, it's on you. Because again, the atomized capitalist subject that Singer worships is, I mean, it's necessary for capitalism to exist. He is a philosopher who exists, and I say that with fucking cringe in my voice, as a thing, because he's just terrible. It doesn't really think through a lot of what he says, and his stuff is sort of self-contradictory. It's kind of wild. Am I being pedantic and wanting to contest this usage of we all? What did I say we all about that you want to contest? Feel free. There's the idea of the liberal subject as the one who has power outwards. Like, it starts with me, Brooks. I can change the world and all of us can. You just have to do your part. I have to do my part. It ignores what is genuinely decades upon decades, if not millennia, of thought and work on how people are what they are born to. There is a horrifying statistical reality that the zip code you're in determines the zip code born in determines the type of zip code and the value of the zip code that you will end in. That should be like alarming as fuck to everyone, but it also matches as we understand people. For fuck's sake, this is like, all I can think is like, the dude from fucking House of Pain wrote a song where that had, where it ends, it usually depends on where you start. It's like, this is not like fringe shit. It's, people understand this, but when we put it on the liberal subject, oh, you're doing wrong, that billionaire, they need to do better, it just ignores the fact that these things are all systemic. We have to put good guys in charge, primary school mentality. Absolutely. That's a good way to put it, Sanators.
You buy new clothes that you don't absolutely need, or
Kaplan does animal rights stuff. Huh.
You buy a new car when you could just drive your old car, or you buy a cup of coffee that someone else made for you because it's more convenient for them to make it for you and it tastes a little better than if you were to make it at home. Every time you do any of those things, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something bad. We don't think this way. No one in our society, not in 1972, and even though this is a super famous paper, You've maybe never heard of it, and so it didn't seep into the whole society.
I would actually argue we all do think this way. It's that this is where these videos get me, because I'm probably overthinking it, but this is how Americans are taught to think, that it's on all of us to do our part, to give where we can, that if you're not giving, you're making a choice to do that. You're doing greed. You're doing that. Again, the whole framework, just because you sit on a slightly different setting in it, the whole framework is the problem. Singer? Oh, Singer sucks, asshole. Fuck that guy.
Even now, right? People don't think
If he does animal rights, I'm going to go cook a steak because of him.
that buying new clothes or buying a cup of coffee from a coffee shop is a
That's not
bad
true.
thing to
I don't
do.
have steak.
An evil thing to do, a wrong thing to do. But Singer thinks that it is. And here's his argument for that conclusion.
Oh, for fuck's sake. That's
Okay.
a lot of...
Here's the argument.
Okay.
Singer doesn't lay out the argument like this with 4 premises and 1 conclusion or anything. I'm pulling these out of the paper, but this is indeed the argument.
Let's see if he does
Here's
it.
how it goes. Let's take it one step at a time. 1, if it is in our power to prevent something very bad from happening, without thereby sacrificing anything of moral significance, then we must morally do it. That is, prevent that very bad thing from happening.
Yeah, this is...
Okay, that's premise 1.
I mean, this is in the paper. I mean, this is we'll get to the thing when you talk about the drowning child and when and how to save him and all that stuff. But like, there's a line in here, just to go back
1,
a second.
that is,
If it is in our power, that's the jam. That's for me the thing that's like, whose power? The power of a wage earner who's got maybe a higher than normal wage, but they've already been separated fully from the means of production and have no influence on how the society at large is, and doesn't have anything besides sort of purchasable and disposable income, is a minor residue left over. Right. And by the way, Singer's including all of us. The individual's power is determined by the system itself, and that system produces the things that need to be prevented. So replacing altruism with guilt. I told you it's Catholic. I told you it's from Catholics. I mean,
prevent that very bad thing from happening.
yeah.
Okay, that's premise 1. I'll just give you a hint. This is going to be the most controversial claim, right? It's a very general claim. It's talking about, very bad things. It's got this big category of very bad things. And then it's got this other category of things with, things that you might sacrifice that are not of moral significance. That's another big category. It's a big, grand claim about what you must do morally, and it's a very general claim. So 1 is going to be the most controversial claim in this argument. So we'll come back to this. If you're looking for this claim, by the way, in the reading, then go to page 235. There's one big paragraph in the middle of page 235, and this claim...
Hey, I like sourcing. Again, I think it's in there, but it's yeah. I'm overall genuinely I'm impressed with Kaplan so far.
Happens, not phrased exactly like this, but basically like this, at the sort of end of that paragraph. Anyway, let's keep going. Step 2. Hunger, disease, and other sources of suffering, disability, and death are very bad. Okay. Those are some examples of very bad things. We see how this is going to connect up with the first premise, right? We've got a bunch of very bad things.
Does anyone have insight into how people like this guy avoid critical theory? Frameworks. It's frameworks. Jim Bob was watching me the other day as I was doing my thing shitting on Jay Dyer. And he did this thing constantly. He's yelling, well, why don't you just tell me what materialism is? And what he would do is he would take whatever I'd say. First, he'd make fart jokes, whatever. But anything anyone says, what he does is he takes it and he makes it an idealist framework perspective where it's like, oh, so everything's just the stuff. It's like, no, that's how idealism would consider the stuff. Materialism functionally works differently at a foundational level, but that's a second framework. If you don't do the work to step outside of that, if you don't do the work to understand the framework for what it is, like I have to in order to talk about idealism, for example, it's not how I live. It's not how I consider the world. I understand it because I have been through, but frameworks are the fundamental thing. And so when people are baked into frameworks, they'll see it, they'll read it, and they'll go, look, I just fundamentally think that, society is basically composed of ideas, and ideas are things we generate. And so they'll get close. They'll be like, oh, well, look, like money and beauty and sexuality. Yeah, all those things are invented because it's all idealized, but they're all forms of, and then you start going down the wrong path again. Every time. Frameworks are a thing. It's really frustrating. And it's tough. That's how people end up in that spot, Diane. Like, yeah, that's it.
And it's said in the first premise that if it's in your power, or if it's in our power to prevent something very bad, well then we've got to do that thing. We've got to prevent.
And that's the fun part is our power to prevent something bad. We're going to talk about the other half of that, which is preventing something bad, because that's not what Singer wants to do. He doesn't want to prevent anything bad.
Those things. So these are going to be the things.
That's going to be, by the way, my core argument.
This argument's going to claim.
And it always is with
It's
Singer.
just
He doesn't care.
specifying some very bad things.
He's a sociopath.
And premise 2, by the way, seems totally plausible. Hunger, disease, and other sources of suffering, disability, and death are very bad. Yes, that's plausible. Hunger is very bad. Real hunger, where someone doesn't have enough food to eat. And disease. And other things that cause people to suffer or become disabled or die. All of that is bad. Yep, okay. Good job. Premise 2.
Yep.
Very plausible. Premise 3. The luxuries on which we spend money are not of moral significance. So the kinds of luxuries he's talking about are these luxuries, right? Buying new clothes, when your old clothes, although out of fashion or a little tattered or whatever, are perfectly good. Or buying a new car, when your old car, although not as good as a new car, is still a good enough car, right? Or the example that I gave earlier, buying a cup of coffee when you could make the coffee at home. Really going to any restaurant ever, right, counts.
I have so many issues with this. This is crazy.
Car,
this
right?
part I'm going to have
Or
issues
the example that I gave earlier, buying a cup of coffee when you could make the coffee at home.
The coffee I make at home is better than the coffee I buy at Starbucks. It's cheaper, but I'm paying for the luxury of I make exceptional coffee. I spend the time. I have my fucking vacuum pot. I have all this shit to make the fanciest coffees. I don't even drink coffee anymore. That's like the great irony of my life is I spent years becoming the world's worst coffee snob, and now I drink Earl Grey tea, which is put it in water and you're done. It takes long. It takes forever. The coffee is actually cheaper in the long run, but I don't have the time. I like what is the luxury? What is the thing that you're talking about? How is that a luxury? The luxury of speed? But I'm working and I've got to get shit going and I don't have the ability to wait for the hour. I might be too tired. It's like
Really going to any restaurant ever, right?
I'm not sure you could be a more Western-brained person than to say that. I actually, in America, and I think in Europe for a large part too, going out for dinner or lunch is like you do it for work because you're already out, you're not home. Going out for dinner is a thing you do for special occasions. You go to fucking China, Hong Kong, Vietnam, Korea, like you go out all the time. Like Hong Kong, going out is how people live. Like you can't be, they live out. They live out at restaurants. They live out at shopping. They live out at shops and malls. Completely different world. They stay out. They hang out with friends. They wander. They go, like, food is something that is, and it's, by the way, cheaper too, for a lot of reasons, because it's, again, part and parcel of the cycle of things. It's a completely different existence. So how does it work? What if I have a tiny 1-bedroom that I've decided I'm going to not have a kitchenette in? So I'm in a studio apartment that with no kitchenette, and I eat out every day because ultimately it saves me money. And is that, because in New York, I know people like that. Is that bad? Like, how does this work? How's this work?
Counts as a luxury in this sense. I mean, you can always just, for less money, make food at home.
Maybe when he was making this video is a couple years old. I made the joke about steak earlier. I haven't had steak in a while. I miss steak. I fucking love steak. I cook a mean goddamn steak. Costco, ribeye, even like shit quality. We're not even talking like, I'm not talking about like prime or like anything at the upper levels, like choice. I think it was $23 a pound to start. $27 a pound, I think, for the decent cuts. Like, what are you, how is that cheaper? Go to McDonald's. I'm not saying everyone should eat at McDonald's, but like, you know, go on McDonald's and app, get a fucking, you know, dollar menu fucking cheeseburger, spend $2, spend $5, spend $10. I'm not spending $27 and then having to cook it myself. Jesus.
This connects with the idea of moral significance or of some.
West Africa is very much like that. The Middle East is like this. Like, especially, well, kind of all year round. Eating out, going out and finding food and having those sort of community experiences is very baked into a huge amount. I would probably say more than half of the world. So it's a minority position to say that restaurants are like a luxury. It's very strange.
Things not being of moral significance, right?
But if we just say like luxuries, the things we don't need or aren't baked in, again, let's just give it to them as a thing. $2 for McDonald's cheeseburger. They have a $2 double cheeseburger. You have to get it on the app. They occasionally give you free fries. If you don't know McDonald's, here's a poor person's tip. Don't just order McDonald's ever again. Get the app. And I know that means they're tracking you and selling your data, but it's literally like $4 a meal difference, maybe more, and lots of free shit. Like, you need to buy food on the app. It's cheaper than buying in store, which is insane.
Sacrificing anything of moral significance. That's part of the first premise also. So premise 3 is specifying the kinds of things that aren't of moral significance. And once we understand what Singer means by luxuries, he's right. These things are not of moral significance. They're not a big deal. If you go without them, you're not really worse off. 4, by donating money to relief agencies like Oxfam, we could prevent hunger, disease, and other sources of suffering, disability, and death.
I don't believe this, by the way. Let's talk about the word prevent. If you donate to a food kitchen is not preventing hunger. They're feeding the hungry. If you donate to a housing organization that finds places to live for the unhoused, you are not preventing homelessness. You are housing the unhoused. This conflation of language, I actually genuinely find morally kind of gross and problematic. Like, a lot. And I know how Singer means it. He means it how I mean it. Like, he thinks, oh, this is preventing. Because now they're not hungry. They have food. But what the fuck? What made them need that food? Oh, it's the way it works. This is just how it happens. It's like, okay.
Well, that's just saying that there's a very specific way, an easy way, right, to prevent.
Yeah, exactly. Singer cares about mitigating effects. Well, I don't even know if he cares about mitigating effects. I genuinely don't know if he cares about anything. But when he writes, he's writing about mitigation through individual responsibility, so that way society doesn't have to fundamentally change. And it does. He's doing the, like, everything's fine, shut the fuck up. That's basically, hey, look, things are fine. We just oh, let's just add some guilt here. Let's move things around here instead of fundamentally looking at how we got to this completely fucking broken nightmare of a world where moneyed interests in industry are literally making us fight wars that the majority of people don't want to be in. Like, democracy's gone, oligarchy's fully here globally. Welcome to it.
These things, which premise 2 established were very bad. Premise 4, is it true? By donating money to relief agencies like Oxfam, we could prevent hunger, disease, and other sources of suffering, disability.
It's an extraordinary theoretical claim in and of itself. Like, how do you do this? How does this mean? What does this mean? If he doesn't dive into like what this means for them to prevent hunger, because they don't, they feed people, and that doesn't prevent hunger. It's not the same thing. It's palliative care.
Disability and death. Yes, premise 4 is true. This is true. These organizations do this. You can give them the money, and then they will prevent these things. This, premise 4, is just an empirical claim. It's just a claim.
It is not an empirical claim at all. That's an incredibly bold statement to make, and not good to teach your students or people wanting to learn about these things. That is a claim about something that could be empirical, but it is not an empirical claim.
Claim about whether these organizations actually do the thing that they say they're going to do, and the answer is yes, they do.
No, they don't. And that's not the same thing. The conflation, right? Like this is, do these agencies prevent hunger? No, because hungry people go to them. If they prevented it, they wouldn't be needed. It's like a self-impossibility. They alleviate hunger, right? They alleviate it.
Do it. Okay, and then here's the conclusion. And we've already reached this conclusion. We've already talked through this conclusion. Therefore, we must. Where is it? Must. We are obligated. It's not supererogatory. It's not extra. This is something you have to do. And so the conclusion gets us something you have to do. We must morally donate the money that we spend on luxuries to relief agencies.
I would argue, I think it's actually very easy to argue that these things themselves have flawed premises that are baked in that are very clear that they are flawed. Like the logic doesn't follow that you can prevent hunger by donating money. They say they're going to give people food. That doesn't prevent hunger, like by definition. I don't care for this.
And we don't get to spend them on luxuries. This is the argument. Okay.
Here's where I skipped ahead earlier.
So now is a good time to re-emphasize how radical this conclusion is. We're about to assess the argument. We're really going to focus almost entirely on premise 1 because premise 1 is the only controversial premise in the argument. Everything else, steps 2, 3, and 4, I mean, these just seem to be obviously correct, obviously true statements. And the argument...
I was skipping around earlier. Here's the part I watched, and I was gobsmacked. This was really bad. Now I'm understanding how he got here. Because it hasn't been super bad, but...
Is valid.
It's about to be.
Well, 1 is the only option that we could argue against, and we're going to try to argue against it, and Singer is going to say no, and none of those arguments work. Okay, but focusing again on the conclusion for a minute before we get back to premise 1, this is pretty radical. No one thinks that we have a moral obligation. None of your friends, none of your family think that you must not buy a cup of coffee. You must not buy a new car. You must not buy new clothes. Instead, you must take all of that money and donate it to some organization like Oxfam, one of these relief agencies. No one lives their life like this, or very few people. Peter Singer, by the way, he's still alive. I met him, right? We had dinner once. He gave a talk, and then
Only the good die young.
Anyway, I know him. I know celebrities. Peter Singer, who's still alive, kind of lives his life like this. He donates a very significant, non-trivial portion of his income, which is not enormous, it's not an enormous income, to relief agencies.
It would be like Jeffrey Epstein donating 10% of his fucking estate to preventing child trafficking. It's it just doesn't work this way. This is, hey, I made a bunch of money from doing shit that makes the world a worse place. I can offset that by giving a little bit back, is like the insane bullshit that this comes from.
He does this. He does not live a luxurious life, not a life that we would normally call luxurious. Okay, so there's one. And then maybe there's, I don't know, a few of his friends who he convinced. But most people don't live their life like this. The conclusion of this paper is that most people...
Yeah, sometimes the good... it's a joke I tell. It's fuck. Henry Kissinger was the last time you could really tell that joke, probably. But still.
You included are doing something bad.
Yeah, by
every day.
Existing in the productive mode of capitalism.
And you don't even realize it. Okay, enough about how radical this conclusion is or whatever and how much it departs from your day-to-day life. Let's get to premise one. This is the controversial premise. What does Singer say to support such a broad, sweeping claim? Here's what he says. This is a rather famous example that Singer gives to support premise one. Here it is.
I can't tell you how much I hate this. And the response to it is really bad, just as a preview. This is bad.
If I am walking past a shallow pond and see a child drowning in it, I ought to wade in and pull the child out. This will mean getting my clothes muddy, but this is insignificant, while the death of the child would presumably be a very bad thing.
Let me explain how this isn't, like, I talk about how I hate analogies. And I do. I think analogies are incredibly problematic because they basically conflate things that are not the same. Otherwise, you wouldn't be using analogy. You'd be just talking about the same shit. But you're talking about two things that are not the same and squeezing them together in ways that do a lot of work to hide shit. So if he's using this example, a child in a pond, oh my God, I should jump in, but it might ruin my shoes. Yeah, that would be disgusting. A child's drowning. Save the child. It takes an incredibly small amount of effort, so you get dirty. Let's say then you have a pool, right? And that pool, every day a child falls in and drowns. How long before someone sues you to put up a fence because you're a negligent piece of shit? It's not, a child falling in a pool is not a systemic issue. It's not a thing that we can predict credibly. It's not a thing we can be aware of due to the processes of things. More even, in my silly version of the example, would be taking it even to a more extreme, where I make pools that toddlers fall into for a living, and I scatter them everywhere. And then I take all the money I make from all of those dead toddlers, and I donate it to toddler awareness funds. It's like, are you fucking kidding me? A Billy Joel stream? That would be great. I don't want to get copyright claimed.
Okay, got the example, right? There's a shallow pond or a fountain. When I teach this class on campus, every college campus, including the one where I work in North Carolina, every college campus has like a fountain somewhere, right? There's a fountain there. A small child is drowning in the fountain and will die. You are walking by. You can easily step in and save the child. The cost to you will be just a few moments and, well, your clothes are going to get wet or muddy, right? Muddy if it's a pond or wet if it's a fountain or whatever. This sacrifice, by the way, is not of moral significance, right? It is insignificant that your clothes are going to get a little wet. Oh, and you're on your way to something where you didn't want your clothes.
Nirvana the band gets to get away with doing anything because they're Nirvana the band, the show, the movie that just got released. God damn, they're great. They're great. I need that thing to come out. I didn't get a chance. It didn't show up in a local theater. So fuck.
To be wet. Okay, that's not a very significant sacrifice.
It is
but
not.
The death of the child, the drowning death of the child, in almost all circumstances, would be a very bad thing. Well,
I want to sit with that for a second. Does it speak to a person when they are willing to make sure they give room to the chance there is a good time a child drowning to death is good? I would hate saying something so extreme like every child death is bad, so I better be careful there. It just feels weird.
The thought is, go from this example. If you agree with what Singer says about this example, and I suggest, of course, that you do. If someone just showed up at a meeting and said, hey, there was this kid drowning, but I didn't want to have wet clothes.
I took video of it and I posted it on TikTok underneath the caption, splashy baby time, ha ha ha, and I got a lot of likes. That's the world we live in.
For this gathering. So I just let the kid drown and die. You would be horrified.
You would.
Think that this person was evil, that
Yes.
they had done an evil thing.
Correct.
You would not let your friends or family associate with this kind of person. Well, if you agree with Singer about this specific case, then Singer says we should be able to abstract from this case to a more general principle, and you should hold this
There you
more
go.
general principle, and the more general principle is premise 1 of the argument.
And this is the sleight of the hand. This is why analogies are garbage, because it strips down the fact that the thing he's talking about is necessarily systemic outcomes. That the child drowning in a pool, one off, has no systemic, it's singular necessarily. It's not connected to anything. If you found out that, hey, this is the 90th child in the last week to drown in that pool, and you save it and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, do something about the pool. Right? Make sure that there's a fence around it. Do something that stops that from happening again. No, Singer says. We just need to make sure that we pay for a lifeguard. That's what we need.
Argument. The idea is that, well, a child drowning in a pond, that's a very bad thing. But it's not bad because it has to do with water or children.
What the fuck?
You know, an adult drowning and dying is also a bad thing.
It is.
Or even an adult dying by some other means is a bad thing, right? What's relevant here is not that it's a child or that it's a...
And again, he did the usually a bad thing for babies drowning, for children drowning, but he just said every adult. Where people edge is really interesting.
Water involving death. It's that this is a easily preventable death. The death is a bad thing. And
Easily fixable, not preventable. If I've come upon a child, words mean things. Again, if you're teaching philosophy and logic, it's kind of important. If I'm coming upon a child, I'm not preventing anything. I'm preventing the drowning, but I'm not preventing like the death, but I'm not preventing the drowning. I'm fixing the drowning to prevent the death. These things don't match for so many fucking reasons.
And the fact that your clothes would get muddy, that's a morally insignificant thing. But the fact that it's your clothes and it's mud, that doesn't matter if it's something else that you have to sacrifice. If, for example, instead of your clothes getting wet or muddy, your car is going to get dirty. Or you're going to lose your shoelaces. The shoelaces will be gone forever. You'll have to sacrifice your shoelaces.
Really?
And you'll have to get whole new shoelaces, and that'll be kind of a pain in the butt. The point is this. The difference between one way of dying and another way of dying, or one morally insignificant sacrifice and another morally insignificant sacrifice, the difference between these doesn't matter. So you can go from a specific case like this to a general claim like one.
And that's why you can't. Because they're not the same thing. Oxfam goes to a village in Africa, and they're like, hey, we're here to make sure you stop being hungry. Oh my God, that would be amazing. What would be really great is if you helped us till the fields and get them back in a better position, because the people who've been building here and doing all this, they forced us into monocultural cropping, or they made us move off of it and no one took care of the land, so it's been taken over. Help us set that up and help us build infrastructure so that way we can have trucks and other things come through, so that way we can deliver and build these things and have that go to local restaurants and local businesses that can be industrialized, that can sort of spread this out. So that way we can actually begin being part of that larger system. And then they go,
Here I go, anti-anything. Ho, ho.
At David_M_gratis super chatted $4.99. Just tuned into a nuanced conversation about children drowning. Neat.
Yeah, well, I try to make you happy, David. But like, basically he's saying, no, we just want to cook you some burgers. That would be we just want to give you some burgers. But no, but this would prevent hunger if we could have this infrastructure built out. And said, no, don't do that again. That's we don't do that. Okay, I'm sorry, sir. Like that's.
And the thought is, if you agree with Singer about this specific case, then you have to accept premise 1 of the argument. Okay, so there are 2 ways in which you might think you can't go from this example to this premise.
I didn't watch this far.
Another way to put this point is...
This would be great. Undo it. I want you to explain it and undo it. That's great.
You might think that there are 2 big differences between this shallow pond example and the example of giving up your luxuries, the luxuries in your life, a new car, a cup of coffee, that sort of thing, a massage. There's a difference between this example and giving up those things to save someone from a famine. There's 2 ways in which there might be a relevant difference.
He's not going to. Earlier when I said framework, the framework is fundamentally different. How I look at things is through the materialist lens. I see things as interconnected, and that all of these things, it's not so much that I do X and therefore Y happens, but that in mass people do X and Y is happening. And here's how we build and here's how we set up, and understanding things as an ecosystem at large. It starts with the liberal subject completely for him. I have not checked the new edition of Being in Time. Peter Singer is the founder of effective altruism. I know effective altruism. I didn't know Singer. Like, I know he's involved. I didn't know he's the founder. I'd have to look that up. I hate all that shit.
These are the 2 relevant differences that Singer considers and responds to. Here they are. Of course. Okay, here's the first potential
Neither of those are
difference.
Just so you know, I'm not like some brilliant person who like is coming up against Singer. These are arguments that have been made since he made this thing and are made all the time in countless YouTube videos and papers and books and people laughing at him. So this is not me like being super, I am, but this is not me being super clever. This is like very general. And that he's not really talking about it is like
proximity.
Frustrating.
In the shallow pond example, you're right next to the child. You're very close to this child.
Why would proximity have anything to do with it?
In your day-to-day life, you are not right next to, you're not near the people who are dying of famine.
What the fuck?
Or of whatever other very terrible things that organizations like Oxfam fight against. Well, is that a morally relevant difference? Is that a way in which we block this example from generalizing to something like premise 1? Singer thinks no. It used to be that proximity made a significant moral difference because it used to be that a great distance prevented people from knowing about very bad things. It used to be that if there was some very bad thing happening on the other side of the world several hundred years ago, you could never know about that very bad thing, or you...
I'm going to let this play for a minute, turn my camera off. I'm going to go fill my tea up. I'm still listening. I'm just going to let him ramble for a minute.
Couldn't find out about it for months or years.
Need more.
But now proximity is irrelevant to your knowledge of very bad things because there's very efficient forms of communication. You can know about a famine going on in another country while it's going on with enough time to do something about it. Proximity also used to be relevant before these organizations existed. It used to be the case that you weren't able to sacrifice some luxury in order to save someone from a famine because, well, it was very hard to get things across the world and there weren't organizations set up that had built very efficient systems for taking a few dollars from you and literally saving a person's life on the other side of the planet. So proximity used to matter. It used to be
Yeah, I'm also with you, Ironclad. There's a pretty big difference between saving a child yourself and diluting responsibility in opaque networked organizations. Yeah, I give $20 to Oxfam. Okay, I saved a child. That's a little bit different. They're different, and it's not really a proximity thing. Again, it's what did your $20 to Oxfam do? Oh, it paid for the for part of, not the whole, for part of the customs fee for importing a bag of rice.
A morally relevant difference between the pond example and the famine example. But it's not anymore, says Singer.
I mean, that's
so
fallacious.
This difference of
at multiple
proximity
levels.
does not prevent your intuition, your thoughts, your moral thoughts about an example like this from translating over to a very general claim like one. Here's the other potential difference. If you're trying to block this example from getting the result, ultimately, that you have to give up all the luxuries in your life, you might say, look, in this shallow pond example, we're led to assume that there's no one else that could save the child. There are no others who are capable of saving the child. But in the case of famine relief, anyone could give money to Oxfam, right? There's all these other people present.
Why is that? What is the thing that enables that to be the case, where the $5 I give is the fungible $5 that also someone else could give, that anyone can give that? What is the system that enables that dollar? Let's call it, since we capitalize on money, let's call it capital. And what makes that a single uniform way for us to quantify things and create value and transfer it? There is probably a larger system at play, because that type of money isn't the same thing as when I have $20 that I'm going to go buy a burger with and I'm going to go or get paid by my boss. That money that's able to be gathered in mass and able to be utilized as purchase or investment at a large scale operates fundamentally differently than currency. Someone should write a book about this.
And the thought is, well, in the cases where there's all these other people present, it doesn't fall on you. You don't get the obligation to be the one who, saves someone's life when they're dying of famine. Here's what Singer says in response to that. He says, look, the presence of others who could help is sort of relevant because their presence typically leads to their actually helping, those other people actually helping prevent the very bad thing. So if there were other people who...
Anyone else tired about this? Anyone else getting tired of this?
Who saw the child drowning in the shallow pond.
We're not really covering Singer. Singer sucks. We know he sucks. We're covering Kaplan teaching about these concepts, which is, I think, interesting to watch sort of how it happens. I've been spending a lot of time in the last few years. For those who kind of know me in real life, how people learn in pedagogy has been centered to a lot of work I've done. I've been fortunate to do work in numeracy, literacy, a few other things, virtual classrooms and things like that. How people learn is in a very huge, nightmare storm. I like learning is fundamentally broken in all the ways that it possibly ever could be. Not only do we have less funding than ever, but we have more tools than ever to enable cheating, catching cheating, skipping learning at all, but also skipping teaching and not really engaging students. Like every level of the process is fucked. And how we go about fixing that is kind of a huge deal, right? How we go about fixing that is kind of a huge deal. And how we talk about these things and how we teach, for example, these types of facts, do we teach them as frameworks? He's not doing that. He's teaching them as facts. He's using the classic sort of authority student system, right? Traditional teaching has a pretty simple back and forth, to be very frank. Teacher sits there, they're an expert. they move you towards whatever, and they sort of get you into, I'm doing X, I'm doing Y, I'm doing this, whatever it may be. And you sort of go study, then they tell you, did you learn a thing or did you not? One of the books that sort of transformed how I understood that this relationship should be different, because this is how teaching has been done, not forever, by the way, literally just like 150-ish years, a little bit longer. Schooling is not an eternal thing. We tend to eternalize that which we understand now. We see the paintings of the symposium and we go, oh, Plato taught. And it's like, no, it would be completely meaningless as we do it. Instead, the idea that we need to do something different for me is Rancier's Ignorant Schoolmaster. If you haven't read it, Rancier's incredible writing. And again, I adore, he's probably one of my favorites. He's someone a lot of people sleep on most of his works. There's a couple people know. Ignorant Schoolmaster is fairly well known amongst his stuff. Hatred of Democracy, people know. He's just writing all the time. And the thing he specifically goes out of his way to talk about is explication as being this enemy of good pedagogy. When you assume a student can't understand without the teacher breaking things down, that's explication as being centered to it. That's not really right though, right? Like students can understand things even when they're not broken down. I have kids. It's actually one of the more interesting things to sort of to work with. It's not exactly pedagogy. There are people who've taken it. God, please. Let me just get through my point. The thing that explication teaches is actually inequality, right? It stultifies students and teachers because a student ends up always being forever positioned as someone who needs to wait on another with superior intelligence to explain the fine-tuned things, right? Pedagogy of the Oppressed is also great. Bell Hooks, I'm a big fan of. There's a lot of good works in it, but I'm talking about Rancière right now, specifically this idea, because I think it's powerful for this time. Because when we talk about waiting for that expertise, there's a weird thing that happens in pedagogy these days where the teachers do this too, where students are waiting for the teachers and teachers are waiting for someone else. And very often these days, it's actually AI. Teachers are overworked, people are overworked. This is not a blame thing. It's just, there's like a weird, well, this is what the book says. Teach to the book, teach to this, teach to that. The presumption around that thing being center is the deal. If instead we start in a more universal place where we talk about an axiom that centers the classroom around equality of intelligence and capability, that a student or a child is...
At Ren7212 super chatted $6.63. You look and sound so fed up I feel a bit bad watching this stream. Please accept my money so I feel better about this situation.
Adore you. I hope I don't... Do I seem that fucked up right now? I'm just tired. I've just been up all night. I appreciate, thank you, by the way, for the 5. Children are not stupid. They know less. They are adults with less experience. That's it. That's the difference between anybody, is they're adults with less experience. People are come in all different shapes. Sure, there are learning disabilities. We can call them that. There are mental non-normativities. We can call them that. But that's also true of adults too. The teachers are in their position, students in theirs, but it's the idea that they aren't both intelligent, that it's not intelligent teaching intelligent, that we have to have someone who is in a position of universality, of superiority. That's the problem. And so if we talk about these things in a different way of going beyond this, I think it's really a worthwhile convo. I'm probably going to create a section in the QC for this because I really would love a lot of thoughts on this. But we're in a place right now where traditional education is no longer going to work. Like if you don't realize that, you should. Like it's silly to think LLMs are going away. It's also silly to think that they're helping people learn. These can both be true, and also that we need to figure out how we exist amongst things. Not just that, but how in the world of competitive attention, in the world of skills and how people learn and what they teach, all of this stuff needs to be reconsidered. Absolutely. Can children read a philosophy book if your children try any serious books? You're literally making my point. You're making my point, Cosmic. Making my fucking point.
Well, then, very likely, one of those other people would save the child, and then you wouldn't have to save the child. And if then you showed up and you at the meeting and said, hey, there was this kid drowning in the pond, and whoever was going to go in and save the kid was going to get their clothes wet, and someone says, your clothes aren't wet. Are you an evil monster? And you say, no, there were other people there, and someone else saved the kid. And they'd say, oh, okay, wow, that must have been something. Let's get on to our frat party or whatever we were about to do. The point is, the presence of others is only relevant if those other people are going to do something. If they're not going to do anything, then it seems like, at least to Singer, the obligation is on you. If there's other people who are able to see that this child is drowning, but these other people care a great, great deal about.
Here I go and I anything. Ho ho.
At pure_copium super chatted $5.73. Firu, Firula, pod galgum svegla sveglika. Firu, Firuli, na galge bumo dosli si. Od she dobi z a navik jedini su galge lek.
Thank you. Copium, thank you very much for the €5 and poetry. Give me 2 seconds. Just give me 2 seconds. Sorry. I am using Google Translate. I am not trying to read this thing. I actually, I hope this is correct. Let me know. I do agree that might be the remedy, and maybe the only one. That's a nice piece. Let me know who that is. It's not Croatian. There's a version of it that we just went through this earlier. Feel like raising decent kids is not hard. Struggles creating little shitheads. My kids have grown up to be wonderful people. Wasn't hard. It's not hard to create decent people. What's difficult is, I would actually say it's not difficult. What's difficult is holding yourself back from trying to. I almost want to say. But again, everyone's got their own issues. One of the things that I thought I have learned the most about when it comes to like raising kids, and I think everyone I've talked to who has raised kids or is raising kids knows the feeling. You learn more about the things that are baked into you than you ever thought you possibly could. Like, it's crazy, the shit that sort of comes to you and reflexively how you act that makes you go, what the fuck? And it's a lot of stuff like that. Miroslav Kretsa. Excellent. That will go in my list. Let's see if there's an English translation of their works. There are many. Excellent. Excellent. Good. Pismo. Is that good? I don't know. We're going to find out when I read it later.
Out getting their clothes wet or muddy. And they're not going to step in to save the child. And you know this. And they say this to you. Well, does the fact that they're there and they could save the child excuse you from your duty to save the child?
No, this video is garbage. It's fine. He's not doing the thing. Like, this is one of those things. Like, he's explicating. It's why the whole time I'm watching, it's like I just keep thinking about how he's teaching and how he's not guiding. He's not doing that secondary thing that's so fucking important to this process. It's crazy important to this process. And the way that people who watch this, and people who watch my stuff, people who watch all this philosophy stuff, they're doing it because they want to either learn or shit on someone. there's fewer people who want to shit on something. Most people are like, let me get that. And then they'll disagree or whatever. But like, if they're watching this stuff, they're trying to learn about how people view ethics, the words around it, how it operates. And this is straight up explication and him describing parts. And it's not doing it. It's not really diving into all the parts that need to be sort of set up. It's a challenge. Like right now, what we do with teaching, this fits into that older framework. Let's talk about frameworks. Right now, the big thing with how teaching works is it's about explanation and recall. That's really the jam for, I think, the vast majority of education. I don't know if that's still true. It is. It's still true. I'm joking. But like, it's about that, right? So you show people paths and you show them facts and then they recite them back to you like a final product. This is one of those things that puts us in a position where LLMs basically prevent the ability for people to get to the final step of learning anything. Why wouldn't it? Like if success counts as being able to repeat a thing back, well, then you're in a weird place. It's Einstein's line. Why memorize that which you can look up easily? And I have always agreed with it. If I have the ability to reference things, or if I can look something up, there's no need to like memorize Shakespeare unless you really want to. That's great. But it's like, I can go look up those lines. I know where they're at. I know enough about it to be able to find those things. And like, I don't, the thing that needs to matter is not, can you reply back to me? But like, how did you do this thing? What did you see when you were doing it? What did you do while you were learning? What made you choose this language and not that? Those are the final products that matter, because that's the things that actually are where learning is found, more or less. I don't know. Yeah, giving people capacity. Well, it's a very Christian statement of you, Cosmic. Teach a man to fish. Give a man a fish. No one. That's one of those good lines that I kind of agree with, by the way. I also think you should give a hungry man a fish, but also teach him to fish. Also rebuild the world so that way we don't, have a capitalist nightmare utopia in two places that the wealthy get to live in, and it's 500 people who control everything. But hey, I think systemically, what can I say? Let's step away from philosophy.
This whole culture of negative video essays and people being upset about all the negativity, the reason why there's more negativity is just because the games are getting worse.
Lazy remakes, chasing trends, live service slop, modern audience pandering, broken launches, laughable writing, AI and blockchain nonsense, de nouveau, insane budgets, mass layoffs, and so much more has defined this industry.
Over the last few years, it's clear that the gaming industry is headed face first into another industry collapse.
The modern gaming industry is dying. There are really no other words to qualify what is happening right now within the space.
Basically every franchise.
This is true, by the way. This is fundamentally true. The number of studios I know that are closing or are debating closing is ever growing. And the number of studios I know that have gotten any money in the last 6 months to 12 months is 0. So that's a direction. That's a direction.
Franchise I cared about 10 years ago is either dead or some twisted, disgusting abomination barely resembling what it used to be.
Why does Fall Guys have a battle pass? Common thing I see in my comments on Twitter is just that modern gaming sucks.
Turns out Xbox is dead again. It's one of those other weeks where every now and then someone gets out there, does a new quote, new interview.
It feels like the video game industry has been dying so long, I've become completely apathetic to it.
It's cynical. It's the opposite of fun. It's over.
Bit dramatic. I think all this talk of video games dying, for whatever reason, it's all gotten a bit out of hand. I want to investigate this sentiment and examine what has become a very common topic in the online discourse of this medium, and I want to do so with an open mind. I'm going to talk about the origins of Dumerism and whether things are indeed so over. If so, what we need to do to be so back.
This will be interesting. Just so you know, I genuinely believe video games are fundamentally broken. The industry at large has been for some time. This is not like some weird new thing that I'm like saying over stuff. But modern gaming, as we talk about it, is a very multifaceted thing that I think is important to sort of pull out the different parts. The solo devs, which exist, there are few. I mean, there's a shit ton. I should say there's a shit ton of solo devs, people making games over the course of 6 months, 18 months, 24 months, and longer, who release a game, and once in a while, they do really, really, really fucking well. Good for them. Good for you. I don't give a shit. That's great. Good for you. That is a very particular thing that I think when we talk about the games industry, it's very difficult to talk about that, including that. It's the same way like when people talk about the film industry and everyone's like, well, look, there's just a bunch of indie films still coming out. And it's like, are they indie? What does that mean? That YouTube, does YouTube count? Because if so, indie filmmaking, well, no, YouTube doesn't count because of this. Like the derivation towards this truth around what is gaming, what is film, what is the industry. That to me, I take the words very, very literally and simply. The games industry is the at-large productive capacity of the system of games. That there are smaller one-off studios that do singular things, to me, doesn't enter into the discussion because that industry at large operates in the need of those large products and the large selling and the large setup with people inserting a product here and there. Industry is industry. Industry is industry.
I want to consider that holistically. Is it the games industry that is dying? Is it the games, both, or neither? Are games getting worse? Is it the world that is getting worse? Or does it just feel that way? And
yes,
if
to both.
so, why? Why does it feel over? It's over. I'm sure you've heard that before. Dumerism is becoming pretty pervasive in video game discourse. Before I get too deep into how and why, I want to speak about Dumerism in general terms, because our perspective of...
Don't you think it's also a consequence of the art form being saturated? I feel like you can only do so much with video games, that we haven't even come close to what you can do with video games. Like it's absolutely... 10 years ago, the idea of a hero shooter was actually a bad idea. Go look at Quake Heroes. What was it called? They did a Quake version, which was like a hero shooter. And everyone's like, oh, no, this is stupid. Having individual characters, no one wants that. With different abilities, that's stupid. Like, what the games industry can do is ever evolving and massively changing. Balatro as a thing, for example. Like, there are these moments of... someone injects something and does something that shows that actually we don't truly understand what is capable in the video game industry. So it is not even close to saturated as an art form. I fundamentally refuse that. And I think there's a huge amount of stuff that we don't touch because, and I've had this rant before, but when I talk about the industry, and it's important when I do, I'm not talking about indies. Weirdo guys doing their thing. I want you to keep building it. I just bought Pigface and I love Pigface. I buy weird random games. I also play occasional big ones. Battlefield 6, Dota 2, Deadlock, Rust are basically my staples. But when you've got an idea for a larger game, and I could pitch weird ideas for games that sound interesting on their own. Let's say I've got a game where... I want us to be 50-person servers that we control. It's like a big spaceship that we can build and we can go, we can mine and all that stuff. But other servers can run into us. We can fight. I'm not saying this is a good idea, just like tossing that out. That idea is challenging on so many levels technologically. The stuff that exists isn't built for that. It has to be rebuilt or at least reconsidered. at the very basic level, the way that we do sort of server authoritative multiplayer is problematic for a bunch of different reasons. And we do that because it was sort of a way for us to get around, when we were designing games and sort of abstracting things. There's a lot of challenges in how the technology over time is sort of built upon itself. And that setup that we're presented with, the base version of Unreal or Unity, and the base software that sort of is just running all this stuff, has a thing going with it. And it has a cost that you've got to be able to offset, especially if you got multiplayer games. And multiplayer is the most interesting thing to design, in my opinion. But there's cost there, a lot of costs and a lot of ongoing costs. How do you defray those? Well, you need to have money, and these things are because of the technology stacks based into it. And when you're building, you have to edge around what is capable to be built, what you can do next, and how the next thing happens. And you just constantly are changing this, edging off, cutting off the edges. If you're a producer and you're closing and you're trying to get towards like that moment where you can launch, you're cutting anything that is overachieving, that's a little bit wild. And when you do that, because you have to put a thing out, because you can't just do it forever, and you have to do it with money that's able to come and maybe generate the next one, but even cover the setup of the thing, that setup puts you in a spot of building X, Y, or Z. And I don't think there's more proof that these things are sort of their own ecosystem, or that they're determined by the technology, than the way that consoles and PC have evolved and how they're set up. Nintendo, extremely successful with the Switch 1 and Switch 2. Like Switch 2's done extremely well. They've made games that literally are for that console, for that hardware, within that ecosystem, within that player base. And they know this, they know what they've got. Sony and Microsoft have basically made portable PCs or small time PCs that's what consoles effectively are. They're lock-in environment PCs. They're like Macs of sorts. Games for those platforms, they have set up a certain way, and they know who buys them, and they know they want to be the one in the disc in tray, old term, sorry, but they want to be that, because if people are using and playing your game will survive. If you put a great game out, everyone plays 2 weeks, but then everyone goes back to Call of Duty or goes back to Fortnite, your game's dead. No one will buy it after that. You have this crazy fucking dead process where you have no long tail. Well, there's a big problem there. That's the big problem, right? You get fucked because, hey, I made a game, no one plays it. Now what? Nothing. The answer is nothing, because those big platforms are where everyone is. It's the same reason, like, people may have moved to Blue Sky. People still go to X for checking on stuff, because Blue Sky is kind of fucking stupid, and Threads is kind of fucking stupid. And you have a handful of things you follow there, like on Insta, but where do you go to check for the global thing? Well, we go to Call of Duty, Fortnite. You go to these platforms that are big and huge and massive. There's a reason World of Warcraft still has some level of subscriber base. These things are because they're monolithic. They're massive. And there's just nothing that can sort of change that. It is a huge system that necessarily is built on its own technology in time and the expertise of people who have been running that. And we've hit a point where suddenly there's no money coming in. There hasn't been for a long time. Again, Nintendo's doing well. They're selling. Sony's got a couple bucks. Xbox is part of a larger multinational. These things are problems. But they're doing okay. They're making their way through it. But the games end up being samey, because that's the industry. It's like saying computers aren't as good when I was a kid. I'm not saying games aren't good now. I'm saying that the once upon a time, you would not quite know what to do with the game you purchased. There's a discovery that games had up until, like, I would argue, this last console generation, where people were doing things still in the space because the cost of building a game that was double or triple, whatever that term is, that was good enough. You could go outside of the norms. You could play with things. The amount of ability to play is something that has gone away. There's a reason, like, Hideo Kojima's like leaning on, not really sales. He's leaning on his name. And Like, good for him. I'm not saying not to do that, but like, that's why he's able to do what he's doing. Most people still can't do that. Tim Schafer, they put out a game of a beautiful game, Double Fine published, about a fucking lighthouse that is incredible. The visuals are like nothing I've ever seen. It's like I've never seen as a thing. And it's part of these larger systems. You didn't even notice that Tim Schafer and his team put out a new game. Most people didn't even see it. Like, these kinds of things are the sadness and the oddness about the industry as it is. The industry is broken. There are more interesting games coming out every month than there may ever have been, but the people who built them aren't getting paid.
The world does affect our enjoyment of the things in it. Dumerism is a philosophy of extreme pessimism. It is a fatalistic outlook which sees that all hope is lost. There is only doom. I want to be very careful examining this perspective, because if you yourself have this worldview, it could be that you are not the wise adherent of a based philosophy, but instead experiencing symptoms of depression. I'm not diagnosing you if you feel that way, but a lack of hope in the future is one of the diagnostic criteria for a major depressive disorder. I am not saying if you...
I don't have a favorite Resident Evil. I don't do this with games. I appreciate a lot of games in the Resident Evil series for various reasons. The most enjoyable one was, for me, Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube. I had a fucking chainsaw controller. Resident Evil 1 was a life-changing experience. Resident Evil 2 for the same reason. I think the reboots are excellent. I thought Zero was very good. I thought the new Resident Evil, I thought Biohazard was excellent. Like, they're all great. They're all doing different things. The name of the Lighthouse game? 1 second. I will show a video. Boop, 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 boop. Keeper. I thought I typed Keeper. Did I not type Keeper? That's fine. Keeper. This is, by the way, this is like, if you want to talk about art direction as a thing, this is like a masterpiece. I don't know how else to talk about it. This is like so beautiful. It's a stunning game. There's a lot of moments where it's like, it genuinely, like, you lose yourself in moving the lighthouse around. It's amazing. If this looks good, you got to check it out. Like, if you're like, oh, this looks good, just go buy it, because Double Fine needs the love and support, and you should be supporting, even though they're part of Microsoft. It's important. It still is. It's a beautiful game, and it's really interesting, and I care about Tim. What can I say? Keeper. Copy link. I'm putting a link in chat. Should have done it. There it is. There. Now it'll be like, oh, we found it from their YouTube page. These games exist. And we can go through it at some point if you want. We can go through like my new favorite games I've been playing over the last like year. There's a lot of very small games. My itch.io catalog has just been full of very minor small games. I tend to play games off itch.io because I'm big on mechanics. I don't really care about large, like, I don't know, stories or any of that shit. I don't care about any of that fucking at all. But there's so much out there that is just genuinely stunning that people are coming up with all the time. But it's lost in the shuffle. It disappears because because Steam is effectively a mass monopoly on the PC market. And as such, how they serve games to you and to me is how those games become successful. And it is not a thing that's open, and it very much depends on how close you are with Steam as developers. So I have a lot of cynicism about the games industry. I'm not doomer about it. I think video games will return in a big way, and I think there's a good chance they'll never go fully away. I think we're going to continue to have a lot of really interesting smaller titles. But that thing that we used to have, which is studios being able to put out larger scale games, I think is gone.
You have a pessimistic outlook, that you are depressed. I'm saying
I have about 20 hours in White Knuckle.
There is a correlation, and I know because I have experienced it firsthand. I spent a good deal of my 20s with a nihilistic worldview. It was hard to get out of that, because when I was in that position, I began to see the worst in everything, the evil in everyone.
Link goes to, oops, something went wrong. God fucking damn it. Really? I'm just terrible at this. Let's get rid of that link. Let's go over here. Let me just, I'll just send you straight to their website. Here's hoping it works. And I have a I have so many board games behind me. I have a first edition of Blood Bowl, for God's sake. But yeah, I like games. I love games. I like weird games. I like games that do weird shit with their mechanics. I'm huge into it. That's the part that I think is, we're seeing a lot less risk being taken on the larger games front. And as much as we want to talk about how great it is that indie games push things, they don't push things. Indie games may link something up in a weird way that makes the large studios take notice, but the large studios are the ones who develop and push the next evolution of games. And right now, there's just stagnation there.
And any time an opportunity was presented to me, the only thing I could think was, what's the catch? I came to inhabit that perspective because I was going through a major depressive episode, which happened for a number of reasons that I won't get into here. I try not to reveal too much of my personal life on this channel, but mental health is important to me. And the reason for that is because I know what it is like to be very mentally ill.
I appreciate that. I kind of want to, I don't want to do like 15 minutes reviewing that. I'm not a big fan of pessimism myself, so we'll just skip ahead. Let's go to the bubble bursting. Shovelware is one of the reasons that the bubble burst. When the Wii hit, and everyone thought it was going to be a flop. People don't remember. People thought it was going to be a flop because it had this stupid controller no one could use, is what they said. And then it just fucking went nuts for Christmas. It went absolutely nuts. And then everyone showed up, and my favorite version of it is Gingerbread Man, which was a platformer where you're a gingerbread man. It's the dumbest fucking thing. Absolute schlock shovelware garbage, like beyond words. It sold pretty well because the cover was great, and Walmart is where grandmas bought games. This is one of those things that, like, people forget how important the physical market was to a lot of larger scale IPs or larger companies. It allowed a lot of laziness. Star Wars sold most of its titles, especially long legs, long tails sort of shit games, which, you know, I was at Lucas. We did quite a few of. They would sell at Walmart because grandma understood Star Wars. And so we would sell a ton for like the weeks going up. It didn't matter how good the fucking Metacritic rating was. Grandma would buy it and Walmart would buy it. I'm glad that shit's gone, but that stuff is like really important to like this baseline money. It's very, Ninja Bread Man. Oh no, they did a ton of shovelware. It was great though. It was hilarious. but it was shit. But it was hilarious shit.
Video games are the most profitable medium.
Do I use upscaling? I don't. If I don't, I should be careful. On my Archimu, I do upscale because otherwise it would look stupid on my TV. So obviously I use some upscaling, but I don't change the resolution. Like it's got to be. I don't do anti-aliasing or any of those things.
Of entertainment. And since the video game crash of 1983, the industry has
Pixel to
seen
pixel
a
match.
long, consistent
Lines where they
period
belong.
of unbelievable growth. Until now.
Yep.
What has happened? Is the industry dying? Now, I need to preface all of this by saying my background is not in economics. I've talked about the business side of the industry in previous videos about Nintendo, but this sort of thing isn't really my wheelhouse, but I have done my research. There's a lot, and so I'm cherry picking quite a bit here. Feel free to do your own research and take my opinions on all of this for what they're worth. And they are opinions. It's really important to point out that although cold, hard data has evidentiary value, an interpretation of that data does not. That's what confuses a lot of people in the discussion of subjectivity and objectivity. You can say objectively, people spent less on video games than the year before, but you can't say objectively why. Is it?
Well, I'm not sure that's true.
Because there weren't any good games worth buying, or is it because people didn't have enough money? That is an interpretation. So let's take a look at the data first, and then I'll share what I think is the most compelling interpretation for all this. After a decade of annual growth averaging 6%, profits have started to retract violently. The industry profited
I need to get a new, if anyone has a recommendation for a new base for my nails. That's the problem, is I've been running out of, slowly running out of base for my nails. The ones I have congealed a bit and evaporated off some water, so they're a little too squishy. Doesn't really work. But I think I can do some today. Let's see, some colors today. I do like my pink. Deep space is good. I think I like deep space in pink. One sec. I think I should go more flagrant though. Yeah, it still works. When hell freezes over. Let's see if it's still. Yeah, it's a good one. Nice solid blue. I'll show these in a second. I'm just going to grab a couple out. I feel like gold today. Lava orange, no. Not black, no. No, we'll go with that. All right. Okay. Come on. There. Yep. There it is. It's a sparkly, like purpley guy. It is called Very Merry Unbirthday. This is from the Alice collection. Here's my base. It's not working super well. This is When Hell Freezes Over. Nice holographic blue. It's like very, very glitter. This is my favorite pink. I'm so sad I'm going to be running out of it. It's like a sparkly pink. Really great. Very Barbie, like over the top. And this one I've got, this is my third of this bottle. I love this stuff. This is Deep Space. It's a magnetic ink. Magnetic. I probably won't do the magnetic today. Those are the setups. So those are the setups. And we are going to go, let's do this. We're going to group which, and you guys get to vote. It's going to be pink, space, purple, or that was like sea green sparkle, I guess. No, fuck you, YouTube. Did you really do that to me? Stupid fucking thing. Really? We go here, we go pink. Wait, which one? We go pink. We go space. Oh, it didn't automatically add an option when I clicked it. That's nice. So let me go purple and blue-green. There. You make your nails magnetic. Well, so, okay. I have a big-ass magnet for it. This stuff right here is magnetic nail polish. What that means, I won't be able to show you because it's like almost impossible to show on camera, really. But if I just let it sit, it like is a nice even. If I add the magnet, it lines up all the metal shards. Basically, it's got like a little magnetic bit, so it lines them up according to the magnetic field. So you can like do like lines and cool shit inside of it. It's pretty cool. I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan of that stuff. Magnetic nail polish is great. It's not strong enough to actually affect anything, so don't have to worry about that. It's not like that. It's not like that. But that would be funny. But it's not like that.
184 billion in 2023, which was a sharp decline from its peak in 2021. There was an increase in 2024, but it was negligible. And although the decline has slowed, there are some other worrying
a fad in the early
statistics.
2000s, yeah.
Mass layoffs have hit every corner of the industry, and reports suggest that only 20% of video games make a profit.
Oh, that's Luke. That's old, though. That's very old. That's not an article to bring up now. I'm actually going to find out if there's new research on this. That's 2008. That's like peak Wii, post Wii like time frame. Because I know we have the thing from like Steam where they found out like 40% of games didn't make $1. Like 40% of games on Steam made nothing. Yeah, so this is, let's see. Report by Electronic Entertainment Design and Research Institute. They see that they're repeating it. That's from 2008. Don't repeat that. Jesus Christ. And that's an AI written article anyway. I hate everything. How can an industry not vanish with only 20% of products making money? Well, so, okay. That's what's deceptive is it's not that they make 20% of the money that they invested. It's 20% of games make a profit, but I would say the same is true of horror movies. All of them. Blumhouse, for example, basically made their money on the 1 in 10 philosophy, which is like a movie version of the VC thing. You invest in 20, you only need 1 to hit. If you invest like in, let's say, horror movies, I have $5 million. So I make 10 movies at $500,000 a piece. If all of them except one break even or fail, but that one does $40 million. So then I can say, well, only 10% of movies make a profit. That's the thing. So if Fortnite makes a profit, but Balatro doesn't, that's not the right comparison. Right? Really surprising given the nature of the Steam. It's like the amounts of YouTube channels. I don't think people expected it to be 40% of games make absolutely no money. I think people assumed that there is a lot more of a pop high, but then there's a long tail. Steam talked about this for a long time, that like they're a platform. They're just not anymore. They're just not a platform of discovery anymore. And they haven't been for some time. You know how I knew your name was Doc? I don't know what's happening.
That all sounds very bad. What is happening? To understand the decline, we need to understand the peak, because that was a very interesting time for gamers. The COVID-19 pandemic. Gaming was an escape, but also a way to socialize, and so it led to a lot of new users. Despite all the memes about the lack of games on the PS5, the PlayStation 5 has actually been the most profitable generation for Sony to date, and it's likely because of COVID-19.
Yeah, very
Usage
safe bet.
in general for all video games increased exponentially. In March 2020 alone,
I mean, yeah, children were home all day instead of at the babysitter school, and parents didn't have the ability to do much. So, yeah.
usage increased by 75%. Corporations quickly started figuring out how they could capitalize on all this. Recruitment became a priority so that they could get teams together to start working on new projects. People were spending a lot more time playing games, so the intention was to produce games that had both a long shelf life and an opportunity for ongoing monetization. They banked on live service, and, well, we all know how that panned out. Games, so the intention was to produce games that had both a long shelf life and an opportunity for ongoing monetization. They banked on live service, and, well, we all know how that panned out.
It panned out extremely well. Extremely well, by the way. Extremely well. In fact, so well that what he's showing is the failures that where they forced it into things. FIFA makes so much godforsaken money on their stupid live service garbage that it's hard to actually fathom. Live service has made an incredibly large amount of money for all these guys. Like, that's a confusing statement. Did I miss it? Did he say something else?
So that they could get teams together to start working on new projects. People were spending a lot more time playing games, so the intention was to produce games that had both a long shelf life and an opportunity for ongoing monetization.
So it's kind of a misunderstanding of how these things happen, but sure.
They banked on live service, and, well, we all know how that panned out. Sony reportedly had 20 live service games in development, which boggles the mind. I don't know how they expected people to buy that many battle passes, and the trend was already on its way out. There is still, of course, the occasional success story, but those are few and far between.
They're really not. Fortnite and Call of Duty are doing just fine. Like, Dungeon Fighter Online, I don't think has slowed down even slightly. League of Legends and Dota are going strong. Counter-Strike's doing pretty well, not great, but is doing pretty well. Genshin Impact is one of the more... Genshin Impact. Like, Grand Theft Auto Online. How are these... I mean, I could get... Roblox is a live service game. It's, despite everything, somehow still doing very well.
The Battle Pass is the kiss of death. It's a meme.
Except for all the times it works. What, you think Dungeon Fighter Online is obscure? Okay, fair. When you're watching people in the West, they may not know of Dungeon Fighter Online. I'm pretty sure it's one of the biggest fucking games ever. So, like, when you say obscure, it's like how Americans don't know what the company Smilegate is. As an example, people don't know Smilegate, despite a game that has hilarious numbers that just dwarf the fuck out of whatever anyone considers a success. So, in the West, maybe, but no, these are known quantities. I mean, when you're in the games industry, these are things people know. People know these fucking games. People know games in Asia. They know these companies because they're important. Isn't mobile gaming BS money spending the largest? Monopoly Go, I think, was the #1 profitable game last. Like silly shit like that. They make stupid money. So they have battle passes. It's like this is. This is not really true.
But blaming the dip on the live service gamble alone is a mistake because there is a much simpler explanation. Profits increased when everyone was stuck at home with nothing to do but play video games. They were stuck at home because of the COVID-19 epidemic, so it would stand to reason that when people went back to work, there would be a decline, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yet the industry has been making...
But it wasn't that sharp of a decline. Like, take a look. I don't... This is not a good argument. This is not a good argument. Okay, so 2019 hits, and then 2020, and in 2021, we actually see a significant increase, and it hasn't really fallen off. Like, if you're going to say, oh, it's a fall off, it's not like it's dropping insanely. It hasn't gone to pre-pandemic levels. And again, these things were all modeled. These people knew that there would be some level of return, but this is not that. It's not 2025. 2025 is not doing awful in comparison. Let's see. 2025, is this US consumer gaming spend? Is that just US? That can't be just US. Here's Bain Capital's report. Let's see what they're saying. Because they're going to be global. Again, I don't think we saw a significant drop off. There's a chance we did at some level, but again, if the drop off was in 2025, it doesn't explain all of these failures he's pointing at, which were prior to that. Like, this is not a drop off. That's what I'm saying. It's like $59.6 billion to 56.6 to 57. This is all within that realm.
Fine, and that's exactly what happened.
Which Wolfenstein would I recommend the most? I think all the new ones are fantastic. Not the one with the twins. It's fine. It's fun to play with a friend, but I thought the new Wolfenstein games were excellent and super fun.
Yet the industry has been making cuts left and right, so it seems they didn't really account for it. They were expecting the number to go up. It didn't.
Well, there's a lot actually here. Let me give you my opinion. I don't have anything to back this up, nor am I going to bring up graphs for it. The way the games industry functions is a bunch of people went, oh my God, we've got so much money coming in. Now that money didn't hit in 2020. Like, you may have bought something in 2020, but no one knew like Sony would have excess caps or capital or things to, leverage against. That money didn't start getting distributed until mid 2021, probably at the earliest. What happened is they went, oh my God, this is great, these numbers, and they were still going up at that point. Let's fund a bunch of games with this money. And here's what we're doing. And they they funded a bunch of studios that genuinely had no business being funded. Like, and I say that with love. I know studios that got funded in this time. They should not have been funded. They were slapdash, and also more than a few were mostly outsourcing to Ukraine and other countries and acting like they had in-house specialties inside of the US and Canada. There's a lot of this. It's very common at the time. And all this money would go, and over time, as they went, oh my God, we've got all this money. We have all this money. That didn't last because they invested it in games. And so you get 2, 3, 4 years on, which is where we hit. And suddenly this investment doesn't have secondary capital because there's no secondary capital backing it up. If we go back, Grand Theft Auto is independently wealthy. They're very lucky. They're very lucky. Now they've made great games to get there, but that thing is very unique. What other companies have to do is they go, okay, cool. We've got these games. All of these are being pitched to us. Like Ubisoft does this. Oh, all these games. Let's fund that for a while. Fund that. And then they re-up. You come back and they do green light meetings. They set it up. You go through milestones, all of that. And then they don't have the cash. So what happens? Do they step away from it? Do they say, well, we can't do it right now? Do they kill the game? what if your studio's not really delivering? Do they invest money in hoping to fix it, or do they cut bait and run? The answer is they cut bait, by the way. The number of games were canceled is insane. Insane. The number of games that have been canceled is insane. Shit that was on the final run got canceled. Like, I was beta testing games that were very good, that was like just dead in the water that I can't talk about. And it's like, okay, well, that was cool. So this thing became a, hey, we invested in all these studios. Not to beat up on Jade, I'll beat up on her a little bit. How many studios has Jay Raymond fucking done? A lot of them. If you don't know Jade, I'm not a gigantic fan. But good for her. She's made a career out of whatever she's doing. She's founded studios and walked away. One of the biggest funding in the history of PlayStation was her new studio that was developing this title that she just left in 2025. This happened a lot. And that kind of shit is when you're like, hey, is it something more? And the answer is yes. It's capital's not intensive. It's not showing up. It's not being invested. There's nothing to leverage against. These follow-ons aren't working. The rush to fund as much as possible and buy games, which is where video games were. They'd buy studios. They were acquiring. Microsoft at one point, because this was Games Pass era. That's like the other side of this that also fucks with everything. When did Games Pass debut? I want to get it right. When did it go big? And I 2017, I know it showed up, but no one gave a fuck about it for years and years and years. And then, it was 2019 that they did their ups and they added just a fuck ton of games and it became central because they moved away from cloud and moved towards download. And that changed for them. And everyone subscribed. At one point, let me see if they have the actual number in here. I don't want to overstate it. At one point, my understanding was they were making like $250 million a month just on subs. Mm-hmm. 35 million subscribers. Jesus, good Christ. That's an insane number. And that was in 2024. So you have all these people putting in money for these games, but it kind of fucks with the traditional model because that's being distributed. They may be putting in $15 a month, but these are people like me, voracious multi-game players who traditionally would pay for multiple games. I am a fucking sucker. I haven't had money recently, but when, like 4 or 5 years ago, I'd buy all the games. There's a reason I have that many that in my account. If those of you who've seen it know, Brooks, you need to fucking relax a little bit. Let's see if I can, 1,843 games on my Steam account. That's kind of too many. But I bought those. I like this game. I'll buy it. Oh, this is fun. This looks fun. I'll buy it to try it and I won't return it. That thing, if it's $15 a month, I'll play 20 games that month instead of buying 4. 15, $20 doesn't make up for that. That's the problem. And so you run into all of these things coalescing. Studios aren't making money. People don't make cash. They have to just kill everything that comes out because it just doesn't sell in the way it's used to. They're having to spread cash across and amortize it across all of these purchases of studios and all of these titles that are on it and pay out this and that. And they just didn't know what they were doing. And it's across the board. It's all these guys. They're just completely fucked.
And tons of people have lost their jobs because of it. But here's the thing. Even with all this glaring oversight, they're all doing just fine. Despite Sony having one of the biggest bombs in video game history, they're set to have a 4.6% increase to profits in 2025, which is almost on par with pre-pandemic levels. Nintendo are obviously having a pretty damn good year too. Microsoft is doing great, and they're set to do even better now they have a whole lot less salaries to pay. It's easy to suggest the industry is flailing, if you only look at the most glaring failures. But in actuality, the market is projected to double, yes, double, by 2033.
And every analyst puts that shit in there. Sony has laid off and closed an overly large number of studios. Like a lot. It's something like 1,500 people have lost their jobs at Sony in just the last few years. And then Sony is not like game developers. We're not talking about like across the board, but like game developers. That's not a small number of people.
The AAA industry is not dying. That isn't to say things don't need to change. Despite the market stabilizing, the layoffs are ongoing, and we're still seeing examples of games rushed out the door to make a quick profit rather than languish in development hell. Studios are shut down even when they make critically successful games because they fall short of unrealistic targets.
It's more complicated than just that. It's fine, it's fine.
It should be clear to everyone that the current way of doing things is unsustainable for consumers and corporations. Sony has seen an increase in profits, yes, but they'd see a lot more if they hired staff long enough for them to finish a game they can sell. Production costs have skyrocketed as corporations compete to push the tech further. The most effective weapon in the console war has always been graphics, and each generation has seen a remarkable jump.
Xbox Game Studios is obliterated. I actually don't know anyone who still works at the main brunt of Xbox. Well, there's a couple people, but like very few. And it's like a licensing weird arm. They don't know, like everything is very lost right now. Very lost.
Technical quality, but those advances have stagnated. Production costs, however, have not. Spider-Man is estimated to have cost around $100 million to make. Spider-Man 2 is estimated to have cost over triple that, $315 million. $40 million of that is reported to have been spent on the cinematics alone. AAA developers have three options. They lower production costs, they charge more for their games, or they take the Nintendo strategy and do both. Miyamoto previously stated in an interview, "We believe that not all products require large costs, even..."
Nintendo is too weird. Nintendo's an excessive outlier. It's very problematic to use them as an example. It's problematic to use Nintendo as like an example because they and again, they live in like their own little fantasy land that they built for themselves, but it exists in a way that everything else does not. So to talk about like Spider-Man 2 and its costs, there's reasons for that are very particular to the entire thing. It's an issue. And it looks like Space One, so that's going to be that'll be my color today. But it's like, I have issues with this comparison and with the conversation. Like, because again, Spider-Man 2, everyone sees it, they look at it, and they're like, oh, it's just more of the same. And why didn't you just reuse? Like, it's the assumption is that it's just the same kind of game and the same kind of setup. And it's not. And the amount of work that they had to do to upgrade everything, just in terms of like the actual engineering. But what also people don't understand is as fidelity gets stronger, the cost of art goes shit fucking nuts. Like it's the most fucked up like curve that there is. As fidelity gets there, you have to make things that have higher fidelity, which means art is going to cost exponentially more. And it's very frustrating as a conversation, because if you want games like that and they're beautiful, but you did, it's like, and
do both. Miyamoto previously stated in an interview, "We believe that not all products require large costs. Even in the case of video games, with the current technology, it is possible to create fun games with a small number of developers in a short period of time. We believe it is important not to lose sight of this perspective." Unfortunately, they have. You can profit more by making...
Because games can't be made simply anymore by a small group, not at the scale we're talking about. Like, this is... Yes, there are indies who make interesting games. Jonathan Blow made The Witness. The Witness is an astonishing game. The Witness is also a game that literally is not possible to greenlight as a large-scale company because it doesn't look like a thing that would sell. If it wasn't Jonathan Blow, I don't think it would have sold. I think there's a auteurness to him that enabled that and the marketing side. But this is not, this is very... Unless you just abuse photogrammetry. No, actually, that makes it worse. So again, hey, you've got things in your world that you're just taking from, I don't know, 3D scanned stuff in your world and putting it in. Cool. Who's fixing the texture? How does the texture get integrated? That's not easy. How does that stream in? When does it stream in? What qualities is it streaming in on what platform? Because none of them have the right amount of RAM. They're more standardized now, but I just remember back to like the nightmare of QAing for the PS3 versus the Xbox 360 and just God wanting to die. PS3 was a fucking nightmare.
It easier to break even. We can see this is the right strategy.
They should make games shorter, which would lower cost. Well, so here's the thing. These are all things you can say in a bubble, but there's problems there. The amount of money Ubisoft has made on the microtransactions in Assassin's Creed is non-negligible. When I say non-negligible, I mean it's significant. They don't talk about it fully, but they make enough to justify its existence, certainly. So, if they made the game shorter, that goes out the window. That's revenue that allows them to make the other game longer, that allows them to put the content in to tell a story. Well, it should be shorter. Well, okay, how do you tell a full story then? Well, you can't have games at that size, so you're telling shorter stories. But what does a shorter story mean? Well, it means a game that, this is where you start getting into the understanding that these things exist as whole products in a multifaceted, multivariant milieu of connections. And saying just make shorter games doesn't really work. Just doesn't really work. Like, yeah.
With the current rise of the AA market, some estimate Clair Obscur Expedition 33 to have cost as little as $5 to $10 million, and many people are calling it Game of the Decade.
Okay. If I haven't explained this, there's a gigantic lie here with an extremely large amount of outsourcing and things done in ways that are a particular audience enjoys, and I'm glad you enjoy it. The blow up beyond that is kind of hilarious to me because again, there's a lot there that is, it's kind of pisses off a lot of people in the industry.
$5 to $10 million, and many people are calling it Game of the Decade. It looks pretty incredible.
It is not the game of the fucking decade.
96.83% less than Spider-Man 2, and those savings are passed on to the consumer. These studios don't need to spend the amount they're spending to make great games. They just don't. Nintendo has been doing it for years, and now that Sony and Microsoft seem to have abandoned exclusives, they shouldn't need to compete in the same way.
Also comparing what a studio claimed a game cost that has no public proof or reason to believe it. Like again, I don't believe Clair Obscur cost less than 10 million. I don't. Not with the actors, not with the voice, not with the graphics, not with the art. I think it's bullshit. Not with the amount of time. I don't believe it. But they can say that because they can.
And if they're reducing production costs by firing staff, you would think that would offset the need to increase consumer prices. Wouldn't you? Especially considering that
So now we're in a place where we're clearly listening to someone who in the games world is someone who is absolutely ignoring like a huge amount of their own biases that are going into this. And this is one of those challenges of just taking on its face. Clair Obscur says $10 million. And it cost us 4 years and we had 40 people working on it. All lies, by the way. I want you to do the math on what everyone's salaries were for that period and see if that makes sense. Like as a thing. Yeah, just bullshit.
Market value is slowly returning to peak levels and projected to grow far beyond. AAA studios can't just keep charging more to break even. Salaries aren't increasing at the same rate, and there is a limit to what people can reasonably afford. What they need to do is take a page out of the Boomer's Guide to Adult Life and pick themselves up by their bootstraps, live within their means, and stop buying avocado on...
Yeah, vague prescriptions, be like Nintendo is a thing. And be like Nintendo, except for the times where I don't like Nintendo.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
At Worsa Cooked Super Chatted $5. Isn't Claire Obscure basically Final Fantasy? What was so amazing about it?
You are gonna upset someone in chat, but Final Fantasy is significantly better than Claire Obscura. That there's a very specific user base of people who are like, I wanted this specific fighting system from this specific, like, forum trolls who like would yell at each other. They wanted this specific setup, and it fed that, and so they spread it everywhere and got everyone excited. I don't know anyone who beat Claire Obscura. There's like 2 people. This is one of those, like, it's a meme game that did very well, and I'm glad it did well. I don't want anyone to do badly in this, but it's like, it's not that interesting of a game. Like, I don't find it interesting. Hitler's back again. How is it you can make that username? How is it you can make that username? But it's like, which Final Fantasy should go for? They're all different enough that, like, I won't be able to tell you. I would say probably, and I know everyone likes to go for the retro. I think the Final Fantasy VII remakes are great if you've played the original, and if you're playing them as an addition to that. I think it's an interesting thing they're doing with the story. Sorry, I think all of them are pretty good. Find the one, like, watch some gameplay. If it looks good, buy it. But otherwise, if it doesn't look good to you, don't, because it doesn't do anything else besides the thing you fucking see. Playing it now, I agree. It's not particularly, it's fun to push buttons. Well, it's, what they did is they basically created a very visceral feedback system and world. And that's cool. I didn't like the world. I don't like the art. It's not for me. That's not me saying it's bad. I didn't like it. I found most of the world confusing and kind of boring. And like someone who, read the Chance de Moldoror and like forgot that everyone has always referenced it and thinks they're original. That's what I got from the world. But hey, good. Enjoy it. It's great. But like when you're talking about these games, like Pokemon is not a small number of people who work on it, and the games are the same every time, and everyone's like, oh, why are they the same? It's like, do you understand how many people have to be putting together shit to just make something that fucking works at this scale, let alone to make something new? Like, people don't understand how fucking crazy it is to just, that a video game works at scale with that number of people is a minor miracle. Like, genuinely, in software development, it's a minor miracle, and it's hard to describe outside of the industry.
On toast, because this is unsustainable. People seem to be more than fine paying $80 for Mario Kart World because they believe it's worth the price. Fine. But what happens when they're not worth the price? Because it's not just $80 for Mario Kart, it's looking to be every major AAA release, and that adds up. The crash of 1983 happened because there were too many games and they cost too much. We have...
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
At Worsa Cooked Super Chatted $5. Somehow, Heitler returned.
Somehow. I don't like this framing. Why are you paying for video games? Are worth whatever people are going to pay for them. Like that, we have the damaging thing is that we have an idea that like $60 is supposed to be what a video game costs is stupid. Some games are going to cost more because they're more expensive to make for a smaller audience. I will take Steel Battalion for $200 any goddamn day of the week. You can fuck off if you think that's stupid. That game I will buy. I don't give a fuck. Like this, the games are worth what people will pay for them, and there should be allowed to be a variety in there. So that way game developers can charge more for games that are more niche, that require a lot more. I will pay extra for a game like Steel Battalion for a fucking reason.
Have so many more games now. Decades of video.
Feel like games like Pokemon's just reskinned. I wish it could just be reskinned. Trust me, so does Game Freak.
Video game history. Statistics.
Why don't you stick to a different industry if you want to work? Games have a lot of intersection skills. Oh, I have trolls in here now. That's wonderful. That's wonderful.
Suggest more people now are choosing to play older titles than pay AAA pricing.
$200 is not too much for the average person. It's too much if it's all their games. Most gamers will spend that much in a year. Like, if you don't realize how much people spend on, like, how much do you spend on Netflix in a year? It's more than $200 actually. So like, this is the thing. People have various ways they spend their cash. Having singular ways we spend it is the trouble for this.
On release. That's going to get a whole lot worse because you'd have to be a pretty amazing.
Yeah, games on the SNES, Ogre Tactics Ogre was like so expensive when it came out. And it's like, because it was niche and they knew it was niche.
Game to justify paying $80 rather than installing one of the hundreds of games you bought on sale at 90% off and never played. There wouldn't be this amount of doomerism online about video games dying if there wasn't at least a little truth to it. Games are constantly being released unfinished, yet we're being told we need to pay more due to rising development costs. These games haven't been developed, guys.
Games are so fucking expensive and complicated to make that shipping them unfinished is basically the only option. Like, people don't understand. There have always been games that shipped broken. You just didn't notice because the internet didn't make them centers of entire video nightmares. Oh yeah, no, Mr. Fluffy Whiff. It was Steel Battalion was miraculous. There are games I am aware of that you fundamentally can't beat. They're unbeatable. And companies I've worked for, because there's showstopper fucking bugs that someone found at the last minute that couldn't be patched into the disk. That happened a lot. Star Wars The Clone Wars, one of my favorite showstopper bugs I ever saw. Star Wars The Clone Wars on Wii was called Lightsaber. It wasn't Lightsaber Duels. It was the other one. God damn it. I can't remember the name of it. Lightsaber Duels, and it came out back to back. There was at the very beginning, you have Anakin and Ahsoka run out, 2 players, and you've got a bunch of the battle droids come up, and they come up in this elevator. But the guys who modeled the elevator put the elevator below, and the bots spawn on it the moment you go in, and then it goes out into a cylinder. They didn't think twice about it because it's just, So when they finally put it in and actually had the timing go, once in every 10 times you'd go in, one of the bots would spawn in a way that blocked the elevator from going up. And that's it. That's the end. You can't keep playing. It wouldn't let you pass. Game over. Not 2002. This was 2008 for the Wii. 1 second. Or was it was the Xbox one? I can't remember. I think it was the Xbox one, maybe. It was just Star Wars The Clone Wars. It was just Star Wars The Clone Wars. Good. Yeah, they're terrible games. Jesus. Ugh. So that ends. That would happen. That shipped. That's the end. There is another game that I know that literally the final boss, they added systems towards the end of development and shipped it. And after they shipped the first set for prints, they found that actually the game is literally unbeatable by everybody. So there's like 10,000 copies of it that like no one could ever beat. They fixed it. But like, Jesus Christ, like this is normal. It's always been the case. This is because games have gotten more complicated. Pac-Man, I guarantee you, people bitch about this. Go make Pac-Man from scratch and ship a game alone and make it bug-free. You won't. People will find bugs in it. We live in a weird, different place, and things are more complicated now. This is I hate this stupid shit.
Where's the
Their gold seal never meant anything, Yusuf. Ever, ever, ever. It was a lie. It was that someone paid Nintendo money for a gold seal. It's one of the great lies of Nintendo.
money going? But it's the
I'm not going to say what game it was because I feel bad.
It's over. We're so back. They will eventually learn their lesson if people stop buying it. Or people will be priced out so hard that they won't have a choice but to not buy it. Corporations will have to adapt or they will die. And if they die, someone else will fill in the gap to give the people what they want, supply and demand. The video game industry will be fine. It's not dead, but that doesn't mean it doesn't need to change. It does. This kind of thing isn't good for anyone, and yet people still defend it. A frequent strategy I see when people defend anti-consumer strategies from billion-dollar corporations is when they compare them to worse anti-consumer strategies from billion-dollar corporations. That's classic whataboutism. You think Nintendo are bad? At least they're not Blizzard. Nintendo doesn't have...
No, this is when you argue with people within their framework, you're arguing. You're not criticizing and you're not doing criticism. You need to step beyond this and go, hey, why is it that these systems have produced good games? What enables that? Oh, it has to do with these things. Okay, well, let's bring that over here and have that, like, you can do that.
Battle passes or microtransactions. And I guarantee you, if Nintendo did decide...
Look, it's supply and demand is ultimately what it is. Look, Physics Gamer, you're just wrong. Like, you can vote with your wallet, okay?
To add microtransactions, they'd move the goalposts. At least Bowser doesn't reach through the screen and take your anal virginity. Why aren't we comparing these shitty business practices to good pro-consumer strategies?
You can't name one.
There are good companies in the industry, but people never want to talk about it. They want to talk about
do it.
All
Let me
the
hear.
Capitalist
if you mention Valve,
who only care
he's
about
mention
the numbers
Valve.
going
You
up.
want to
But
bet he
that's
mentions
not
Valve?
How the vast majority of game studios operate. Valve is a privately owned company. They have
oh shit. Oh fuck me. Oh fuck. I fucking hate how predictable people are. It's just so boring. It's just boring. Like, Valve is ethical and great. Well, they primarily made most of their money on a illegal gambling operation globally used for money laundering that has taught children the world over to gamble and to be addicted to gambling in ways that we've never seen in anywhere in history, including in major impoverished countries. Yes, the kings of ethics. Oh, they also have an excessive monopoly on basically everything that has to do with PC gaming. And the billionaire who has grown his hair long, who supposedly owns the majority of it, decided to buy a yacht company because he likes his yacht that much. Yes, ethics. What an asshole.
no shareholders. They have no responsibility to
He has
make
problems with
that
Valve?
number
That's
go
great.
up, and it's a point of pride for them. Why aren't we comparing gaming corporations to Valve? They're one of the most successful gaming corporations in the industry, and they've done so with pretty admirable intentions. They should be who we look to for how corporations in this industry should treat their consumers.
How about their developers? You know how many people I know that have gone through? I know people who are at Valve. They're fucking out to pasture developers. They're out to pasture. Phrase I use to mean they're very talented devs who go to work and earn a paycheck and come home because they're building features that are pretty simple to sort of set up. They're very talented. Don't get me wrong. One is a genuinely funny, affable, nice guy. But how many games have they put out? Oh, they let Ice Frog put out Dota 3D. Nice. What else? They did Alex for VR. Oh, why did they do that? Oh, they got to sell their VR headset at a significant profit, and it pushed because everyone. Yep. Oh, okay. Have they done much? No. Okay. They just put out Poker Night again. Poker Night. Do you remember Poker Night? No one does. No one is fine. It's a cute little game. But Valve is not great. Valve has some of the world's greatest intellectual properties and maybe some of the best developers, I would argue. But there's a reason that the best developers all leave. Chet Falasek ain't there no more for a reason.
We need more positive role models, not just cautionary tales.
They are a cautionary
tale.
tale.
Steam isn't without its problems. No corporation is. The Steam Direct program has created a lot of opportunities for indie developers, but it's flooding the market. This is the primary reason why only 20% of games make a profit. It's not because AAA studios are flailing.
Again, he's using stats and stories from literally a decade ago plus. That's kind of... They just re-released Poker Night at Poker Night at the End. They just re-released it. You can go look. It's $10.
It's because a good deal of video games get lost in the crowd. That's why discounts are so aggressive. It is a rough time to get into the games industry. Not just because of layoffs, but because even if you manage to make a game on your own with no studio help for years, in your free time for no pay, even if that game turns out to be amazing, if it's a 10 out of 10 experience, you will likely make no money.
That's probably not true, actually. So let me just say, like, generally speaking, no. If you make a perfect game, if you make something that's a 10 out of fucking 10, right? If you rock the shit out of a fucking game and you put it out, it'll do very well, actually. The problem is that we're not talking about 10s out of 10s because that shouldn't be our standard. We should be talking about games that are better than not. 6s or 7 out of 10s. Those are the ones that actually do things that push the industry forward. They're the ones that actually are odd enough that give us room to do things that create new space for stuff, right? Great example that I want to talk about so badly, Subnautica. The studio behind that made a sort of asymmetric Alien versus Predator building game. Wonderful thing. They're all really great guys. Charlie Cleveland, who I'm happy to sort of call a friend, is one of the founders of Unknown Worlds. Good dude. They built games that did weird shit. Subnautica came out and it did weird shit, and people didn't really care for it right away because it was like it was a different time. It turns out to be one of the greatest fucking games ever. They spent time on it. They worked on it. But that 6 and 7 out of 10 is what enables people to do more.
Here I go anti-anything. Ho ho.
At Gengaros330 super chatted $5. Hi Brooks, why have RTS games declined since the 2000s? Do Gen Z not like RTS like millennials?
RTS games hit a big problem with multiplayer. Let's talk about StarCraft. Actually, StarCraft is probably the thing that did it. Full disclosure, I am a Command and Conquer person. I think Command and Conquer is one of my favorite series of all time. I adore it. I quote from it. I love those games. I genuinely love those games. There are two ways an RTS game can be played. This sounds stupid, but let me finish with it. There are games you play with people, and there are games you play against maps. Command and Conquer, for example, had both. StarCraft 2 has both. You go into a mission, do these things, kill this enemy. There's no other players, no other humans, but it's kind of like the multiplayer version, but it's like controlled and set up and authored, right? Those things are things I can play kind of at any skill level, and I can enjoy myself. I can even be very, very good and play those. StarCraft, I can play the single player. Great. I didn't play a lot of StarCraft for years, and then StarCraft 2 lands. This is just going to be my example of why it died, because I think this is representative. I'm not alone in this story. What the fuck? Do you know how many games are still unoptimized for PC? What are you doing? He's gone. Games unoptimized for PC. I don't know if you... People don't understand what that means. I go online. My first match. This was my first and last StarCraft 2 multiplayer match. I love to choose my race, go in, waiting, and I start building. And I don't notice that this like little dude shows up and destroys my base because I was over exploring a thing. That was it. The entire match was like 4 minutes long. Probably less. I'm probably overestimating how long I did that. Mod somebody. I don't have, all of you people are in here enough. I don't want to make you mods. I like doing that to people who like enjoy that kind of thing. It's a bunch of weirdos here who like modding. Let's see. There we go. Since you asked for it. When you play competitive games, MMR doesn't even matter for an RTS. Most people who play StarCraft will destroy you. That's just the way it works. Like that's it. They'll just destroy you because they know every in and out of every minor thing. They have a different mentality about it and this is a thing StarCraft players talk about sort of, and I play Dota. Dota has this same problem. The amount of time that it takes to get into the thing is over complex. And so if you're going to do 1v1, which is what RTS games generally tend to be, it puts so much pressure on every move and every mistake. MOBAs fixed that. MOBAs are actually a fix for what I think is the biggest problem with RTS games. Because all the pressure is not on you. All the pressure is distributed across things. You fuck up one time in a MOBA, even in pro matches, you'll see people make fucking weird mistakes or confusing choices. It gets absorbed into the larger game because that's, again, when you distribute and have a team, that's the setup. An RTS that actually had good team setup where people could depend on each other, those games would do great. There isn't really one of those. It's not really the setup because people who like RTS games like 1v1 and doing that fucking crazy thing. That issue, multiplayer, is the thing that is the Achilles heel. There are still games being put out by people who built the original Command and Conquer. There are still RTS games being put out today. And I'm waiting for a handful because I really like the large scale things, but I will never play multiplayer. And since I don't play multiplayer, it becomes a feedback loop of Brooks isn't online. That's one less player online. How many people are playing? It's not, so they stop playing. MOBAs are a fundamentally different kind of game. They're a different kind of game now, but again, the fix is when you're looking at games, what do you want to play? Do you want to play a game where it's all on you, one-on-one? How many other games are there like that, by the way? How many games are 1v1 final deathmatch? That's it. That's one, esports wise, that's not a thing. I've gone to BlizzCon. I've watched StarCraft finals. They're amazing. And it's wild to watch people who are that good at the games, but like, is that what some people, that's great. Good. Go for it. Have fun. Again, most people go, oh, I don't want it all sitting on me. Right? That's the thing. Fighting games is going to be it. But again, fighting games, they have onboarding, the setup, that's a whole different beast. It isn't the same where like, I don't understand why I died. Someone went back and they sat with me and they showed me how the guy made a second construction robot thing or whatever that just he sent right to me because he saw I'd never played the game before. That kind of meta reality that is part of that is so shit as like a player. It's just stupid. It's just fucking stupid. And that kind of meta stuff is so deeply ensconced into all of those games. There just isn't room for it. People see 1v1 and they just run away. That tends to be the case. Fighting games of onboarding. I mean, the regular game is literally the same thing. This is the other side. If I'm playing, mostly Lloyd, if I'm playing a single player version of Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Skullgirls, it's identical to the way that I will be playing online. Now, the computer may not be as good, sure, but they're not doing moves that don't exist online. Go play StarCraft, all the single player maps ever made. Go have fun. Show me one where someone does the things that they do in multiplayer. The asymmetry is massive. That is onboarding. As much as it's not like prepping you from like really, really good players, you're still learning the ins and outs of the game. Single player versus multiplayer StarCraft is not the same game. It's not the same game. They don't work that way. Brooks Noob rage quitting. Oh yeah, no, with StarCraft, that was it. I was like, I'm done here. This is stupid. And I still think it is.
People are being discouraged from working in the industry. They're being told to keep it a hobby and pursue something more realistic. That's not unusual for a career in the arts, but video games take a long time to make. It can take years and years to make a game in your free time, all while holding down a job so you can keep a roof over your head. It's unrealistic, and making it is half the battle. You need to market it and do all the admin busy work that has nothing to do with making games but has everything to do with selling them. You can be an amazing game designer, but a terrible marketer, and that will have more impact on how much you profit than quality. Not every indie game.
Well, and also, again, got to remember, even if I'm playing like a multiplayer StarCraft map against bots, the strategies bots use are not the same as the strategies real people use. And it's one of the things that makes StarCraft as amazing a game as it is, that it has this massive varied playfield. But the thing is, if I don't have a grasp of that playfield and I have no way to get it without basically losing a fuck ton, you're not going to bring on players in the same way. Like, that's just how it works. MOBAs are dying for the same reason. If you didn't know, like, Dota has been not doing great over the last decade. It had peaks. League of Legends, same thing. It's the same stuff. There's such a complex thing that people are joining that if you don't onboard them correctly, they'll just walk away. And they do.
Is Balatro. More often than not, they go unnoticed, even when they're really good. We can do more to support indie developers, more than downloading the next big indie game from PS Plus or Games Pass or waiting for a sale at 90% off. If you think the state of the industry is in a rough spot, stop supporting the corporations that are causing that to happen. Give your money to people who need it, or to corporations that treat you with a modicum of respect. Because if you tell me video games are dying while you pay the people you think are killing them, you have no one to blame but yourself.
Well, that's just stupid. That's just kind of a dumb statement. If you give money to Double Fine, what it does is it actually doesn't go to Double Fine. It goes to Microsoft, and Microsoft apportions that money to Double Fine, but they take their cut at large. And what you're doing is you're more or less saying to Microsoft, hey, let these guys keep making this kind of thing. That's more or less what happens if it happens at large. Otherwise they just go, oh, well, that didn't sell enough. Time to close the studio. Enough people didn't play it. Time to close the studio. And by the way, right now, no one's getting investment in games. So if they close that studio, there's no plan B. one or two of those people might go on to make games that end up getting released as an indie developer. Good luck. Good luck.
But the problems facing the industry aren't just solved by voting with our...
My professional game career lasted 6 months. It was too unstable. Video games are weird because they're a software, and software development is supposed to be, and is usually actually quite stable in comparison to a lot of industries. You have regular work, blah, 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 but it actually behaves much more like the film industry, like feast or famine. And every release of a game, it's expected, and you'll see this in comments, it's expected after game releases that a studio will do layoffs. That sucks, but that's the thing.
Wallets, because perception is often just as important as reality. Video game culture is shaped by discourse, and one aspect of that discourse that's undeniably in trouble is games journalism. Games journalism has become a bit of a slur over the last decade, but a games journalist is just someone that reports or reviews video games for an audience for money. I'm technically a video game journalist, so are all the people on
No.
YouTube telling you game.
Did I do sound design also? Oh no, that's my brother is a sound designer and makes music. For some games you've probably known, actually. Very talented kid. Done a lot of shit. Good stuff.
Game journalists are the death of the industry. They're doing the same job. But like them, I'm talking about the big outlets specifically. The IGNs, the Kotakus, etc. For many years now, their revenue has been dependent on sponsorship deals, and they've mostly come from video game studios. Obviously, that's a conflict of interest. For this reason, mainstream game journalists have, understandably, been taken to task for being corporate shills. The most famous example is when Jeff Gertzman was fired due to a negative review he did for Kane and Lynch, a game which is very bad.
Kane and Lynch Dead Men is an ugly, ugly game. That's not necessarily me talking just about the graphics. It's got a really ugly storyline with characters that are impossible to like, and it's a third-person shooter that has several gameplay flaws as well.
He was fired because the publishers of the game, Eidos Interactive, threatened to drop their sponsorship unless the review was positive. But it's not...
Well, to be fair, and again, I still think it's awful. It's not that they dropped it if they refused to be positive. Let me see if I can pull up the review, because it's not that they wanted it to be positive. Oh shit. There's actually there's an entire story with this one, but it was, he reviewed it. I think he gave it, yeah, here it is. Let me go to the end. He fucking did not care for it. He gets 6 out of 10 with the note of, weapons don't feel right. There's no online co-op. Artificial intelligence lacking. Characters and storylines do everything to drive you to hate them. It was an extremely negative review. A 6 out of 10 for GameSpot at the time was considered like a 1 out of 10. They just wanted it to be higher, to their credit. They still should fuck right off. But this is again, stating it funny in a weird way.
Not just the big outlets doing this. The Other Frost posted a video last year exposing Nick Calandra, his former employer at Second Wind, which was formed as a haven for creators including Zero Punctuation's Yahtzee Crawshaw, who escaped The Escapist. It is alleged that Calandra would exchange positive reviews and featured articles for trips, gifts, and cash, not just from big AAA publishers, but indie studios who relied on the exposure and had far less to give. The evidence given is detailed and...
I want to reach out and see if you guys are looking to do any paid ops over the next year. We're looking for new documentary projects to book. We're in projects for our games. I found you a lot of doc projects. As for how we do doc projects, since they're paid projects, we give the devs more safe. I mean, this is stupid.
And compelling. This story really flew under the radar, which is surprising considering...
It's because it's stupid. What I just saw is stupid. If that's what he's complaining about. Hey, I run a video game review company. You do? Well, no. We do video game reviews, but those don't make money for anybody ever in any way at all. They're a death sentence to profit. So what we actually do is we are an advertisement company for video features. That's what IGN is. Or we are, like what this seems, we are a content company who's doing behind the scenes things of video game companies. They pay us to do that, and so we make money on it. It's a fluff piece. That is, to be angry about that is just so I fucking hate all of this ethics and gaming shit. I hate it so much.
The creators involved, the seriousness of the allegations, and the scope of the evidence presented.
Did you show?
It is a really shocking example of unethical games journalism.
It really isn't. What I saw is absolutely not that.
And I cynically suspect that the reason it has flown under the radar...
This doesn't...
...is because it concerns a YouTuber and not a writer for IGN or Kotaku. It is understandable that negative video games discourse has become more trustworthy. We have a lot more skepticism over the critic review than the audience review. I feel like I'm dying. Because the fans are real gamers.
I just don't care.
Has become the haven for that, but YouTubers are susceptible to the same biases. The line between audience review and critic review is pretty thin.
What?
If a regular person starts a YouTube channel where they review or critique games and that channel is monetized, they are no longer giving an audience review. They are critics. It's a job. There is undeniable...
Jeff Gerstmann was full of himself. Jeff Gerstmann is a cool motherfucker. Just so you know. If he's full of himself and he was a dick publicly, sure. Dude was cool as shit. Super, super nice. Really, really cool. Just generally. Just so you know. Super cool. Super cool. Jeff was a good dude. I got to know him because I worked for John Davison. John Davison was one of the guys who started an editor-in-chief of EGM, him and Shu, EGM, Electronic Gaming Monthly magazine, if you remember that. Good shit, genuinely. The good guys across the board, all these guys. But that's Games Journal. Their full-time job was literally reporting on games, reviewing games. That's it. That's it. That's what they did. And by the way, no one has made money doing that like full-time really in like 20 fucking years. He's aggressively opinionated. Well, that might be why I get along with him. I tend to be a little similar to that. The like underlying shit that we're talking about here is that none of these people like, do you know if you're a video game reviewer? I wrote game reviews for the worst site you could possibly do it for. What They Play. It was a spinoff of 1UP, which I wrote for a short time and then ended up working for What They Play. What They Play was a spinoff of 1UP that focused on reviews for parents. So focused on games that kids might be interested in, specifically kids under 15. The number of games I reviewed that was Barbie's Dream Horse, Barbie's Saddle Ride, Barbie's New Car, or Ben 10. I reviewed all the Ben 10 games and the media around them. Each one of those took 5 to 7 hours to play and write. And that's not playing the full game. My job wasn't to review the game for quality. It was to go through, ensure content, speed run it, that kind of thing. Different beast. But it's still 6, 7, 8 hours. $35 a review. $35 a review. And you do it Because once you become a full-time editor and all of that, you know what you end up doing? You turn that into a games industry career in one way or another. A lot of people in the video game industry who do reviews, the first time I met Adam Sessler, for example, it was an event-based thing because he got paid at the time to do events. We had a handful of people I can't mention at multiple companies who would come in for mock reviews. You hire these people to do pre-reviews. They agree they're not going to be the one who does it down the road, but you're paying them a couple $100 to spend a day playing the game, locked in. You watch, you have the recording, and then you have their review so you can make the game better. That's how they make money, is events, secondary media, appearances, and secondary work like that. Consulting work. A lot of them work in sort of around investment companies or giving advice on things. You don't make good money doing the things that any of these guys do. You do it because you love video games. That's it. I have an absolute opinion on Ben 10 as a property, just so you know. And I have opinions on the reboot, and I dislike it for various reasons. I have a strong opinion on Ben 10. Like the thing that this is, it started as, hey, we have a magazine like EGM, which is in an office. People work there. They used to do that. Full-time job. They made enough money doing that. That's great. That was gone. Like mid-2000s, that didn't exist anymore functionally. Not really. Game Informer was bought by GameStop to do their thing, and that is the only reason Game Informer stuck around. They didn't make money doing that. They did other things. That's how this works. That's how all this works. The fundamental thing is that as the things change, we need to make money elsewhere because people don't make money having fun. I would do this full time. This right here, talking about philosophy, I wouldn't even do this. Fuck this. I'm reacting to some asshole on YouTube. I wouldn't do this. I would be sitting and I would be really studying. I'd be traveling and talking to people who deal with these things and postdocs and professors and doing studies. And there are things I would love to do that I cannot do. So I do what I can, and then I work the rest of my hours and I spend time with my kids. That's my day. That's my day. That's it. And that's everyone. No one else is special. I think Mythic Quest is trash, but you can like it if you like. That's a personal position. It's a really, yeah. Ben 10, just as a one note, it was my most reviewed piece, my most read piece. I also helped build the website, so I got to see analytics. It was my first like real job in the game industry. Was I did these reviews, and then I moved to San Francisco and I worked as a 36-hour a week intern doing coding. On top of the video game reviews, I would do the rest of the night. So it was a thing. But because of that, I got my job at Lucas. Like really, it's kind of an amazing story. But Ben 10, I applauded and wrote a very long thing about how it dealt with the loss of parents and death in a very mature way for children who were between the ages of 8 and 12, which is true, by the way.
Here I go anti-anything. Oh, oh.
At Lone Pantalones 8284 super chatted $20. I fully support the effort.
Very kind, very kind. Thank you, Lone. Thank you, Lone. Thank you, Lone. Thank you. I will not answer anything about Ben 10 aliens. I'm sorry. I will not privilege any one of them above the others, because that literally will change next week. They change. I went through this before. I don't do favorites. So I can talk about them and we can discuss, but I won't do favorites because it's so vibes, mood based for those things. Very much. Oh, I don't hate Ben 10. I think Ben 10's an excellent show for kids. I really do. As far as like, there's a lot of shows at that time, especially that were aping it, trying to do that like secret agent thing or the special kid thing. And there are issues with all of it. I think Ben 10 did an excellent job of having like variety and playing with the idea of new people and strangers and like all the stuff kids need. I think they did a good job.
A financial incentive to negativity as well. Negativity sells. We know this. This is what has fueled the 24-hour news cycle for decades now. But it's worse than ever now in the social media age, because today, the 24-hour news cycle competes for coverage on a dual monitor while you check your phone. I have personal experience with this as a creator on YouTube. The two most popular videos on my channel are the ones which are really negative. Although I've avoided feeding into that, it is always in the back of my mind. I make a lot of different kinds of videos. It's hard to ignore when one is more successful than another, and that does inform which videos I consider making. I know that I am more successful when I get angry. So when I get angry about something, I do have this thought in my head of, that would make a good video. But then I have to filter it by thinking, when I say good video, do I mean good video, or do I mean profitable? The algorithm is fueled by strong opinions. Comments are a huge decider in what makes a video on YouTube successful. YouTube wants you to argue because it keeps you on the website. It wants engagement, not enjoyment. The first negative video I released really kickstarted the channel. You don't need to watch that video to understand this one, but I will spend a bit of time talking about it because if you didn't, you would miss some important context. In that video, I criticized several YouTube critics for a style of criticism which I argued was toxic because they spent less time critiquing the game than they did the people who liked them.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. I don't find this interesting. One sec. I'm just going to look at this fucking transcript. It's addictive, hard to stay away because if you don't look, it's like thousands of people talking about you behind your back. You're not helping, comes out, barely enough time to enjoy before it's dissected. Okay.
Are swiftly implemented to address community concern. Players have agency over the games they play, and that has led to a feeling of entitlement. When a new game comes out, we have barely enough time to enjoy it before it's dissected and improvements are suggested for the next in the series.
Touch grass, my boy. Touch fucking grass, my boy. Like, that's all I'm going to say. Just touch grass. Like, this is... Just don't listen. Like, I don't give a fuck what the discourse is on the games I play. Like, just don't care. Or just don't... That's weird.
We're not considering games for what they are. We're considering what they could be. But there is a reason so few critics pivot into making great art. It is easier to criticize than create. And listening to what fans want isn't easy because fans want different things. There is a diversity of opinion which is not well represented because the debate is a false...
It is easier to criticize than to make. Yes. It is incredibly difficult to critique. Critique is not the same thing as criticizing, is not the same thing as shitting on. It is incredibly difficult. This is weird.
Dichotomy. It's not even a question anymore of whether the game is good or bad. It's, is the game perfect or does it have flaws? That's not fair. All games can be better. We shouldn't expect perfection, and we certainly shouldn't demand it because it escalates this doomerist thinking to absurdity. People
I don't care.
Toxic positivity does exist in the games industry, as it does everywhere. I think it stems from how much we value certain games over others. This isn't just a problem with games, it's a problem
I hate this.
The industry in this video. I'm not sure how well I succeeded, but if you're still around for the end of this video...
I'm not. I think that rotted my brain. That was something... Jesus Christ. That was something unique. Wow. So here's the deal. Let me solve this for you really simply. Video games are complicated things to make that take multi-talented people or multiple talented people to produce. They're so complicated that having a game land that doesn't have riddled with bugs nightmares, that isn't itself a broken mess, that functions mostly, even just functioning mostly, is itself, I consider, a miracle. To tell you the number of times I've sat and done bug hunts and tried to get things fixed at 11th hours, delaying shipping some games, and feeling that pressure, and just accepting that you're putting shit out there. That's the way it works. What a nightmare. Play games you enjoy, play with friends, enjoy people, and support artists. Find someone who you want to support and support them, because that's all that really matters, especially for the next year or two. If you have the capacity for extra income to take care of someone who makes your life a little bit better, do so, and spread that out and make sure we can all get through this, because it is only going to get much, much worse before it gets better. Would you like proof of why it's going to get worse? Nick Land. Nick Land is a person who is being taken into more and more majoritarian mainstream views. Professor Zhang is more and more majoritarian. He was on Piers Morgan the other day. Nick Land has been on that. And I think it's worth noting, those people are being lifted up for reasons. So do not do that. Do the opposite. If you want to support me, you're more than welcome to. Those of you who have today, you are very loved. So, all right, I will do the group. See, it's a very nice like setup. I've got to clean the edges, which I can do after this. But it's a very nice look. You're appreciated. I'm glad you can be part of the community. Discord.gg/DGQC, Patreon.com/DGQC. If you want to support $5 a month, all that stuff's good. For now, though, I'm going to send you over to Sunday. He's going to fuck around for a little bit, but I'm going to go for a walk. I'm going to go spend a little bit of time with the kids. And then we're going to be talking about, I'm going to be joining him, and we're going to be talking about Nick Land. Oh no, we're going to be talking about Nick Land. If I can get this to work. It is not working. There it goes.